There's the council, Tom.
Howdy. So let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, I got a quorum, Madam Clerk. Are you ready to go?
Yes.
Okay, welcome everyone to the open session for public comment before closed session. Would you call the roll, please?
Councilmember Bates. Absent. Councilmember Jimenez. Absent. Vice Mayor Johnson.
Present.
Councilmember Martinez.
Here.
Councilmember McLaughlin. Councilmember Willis.
Here.
And Mayor Butt.
Here. And
I
minutes just showed
City
up.
Clerk, I am here.
Councilmember Jimenez is present.
Okay, would you read our closed session agenda, please?
Yes. During closed session, the council will discuss the following items: liability claims. Item C1A, Veretta Edwards versus City of Richmond. C1B, Sean Raditich versus City of Richmond. C1C, Charles Rigg Mayton versus City of Richmond. And C1D, Felix Tam versus City of Richmond. Under conference with legal counsel, existing litigation. Item C2A, Sprawl Deaf et al. Versus City of Richmond. C2B, the Giddyville Rancheria of California et al. Versus the United States of America et al. C2C, North Coast Rivers Alliance et al. Point Melody Alliance et al. Versus City of Richmond. C2D, Richmond Shoreline Alliance, Sprawl Deaf, Citizens for East Shore Parks, Sunflower Alliance, and Green Action for Health and Environmental Justice versus City of Richmond. Conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation. C3A, there's 3 cases, and C3B, 1 case, including Viola mediation. Under public employee performance evaluation, there's 1 item entitled City Manager. And we do have public speakers.
Okay, would you call the public speakers, please?
The 2 speakers are Daniela Zaki and Jeannie Quartz. Daniela, you may begin.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I am Danny Zaki, a member of the RPA Listening Project, and I urge the Council to exit the city's development agreement with HRP Campus Bay on health and safety grounds, or to come to a settlement. The city must not move forward with this project. The Zeneca site qualifies as a US EPA Superfund, and it contains more than 1.5 million cubic yards of contaminated soil. The DTSC's cleanup plan entails removing roughly 2% of that contamination and then installing a concrete cap on which they plan to build 4,000 residences. Deed restrictions include no K-12 schools, daycare facilities for children or seniors, and no hospitals to be built. How will living there be safe for families and children? According to the prospective purchaser agreement between DTSC and the developer, HRP is responsible for handling hazardous materials on the site now and in the future. In the event that they go out of business, they're shielded from prosecution, and responsibility for cleanup would pass from Zeneca to Richmond taxpayers. The organization I represent fully supports affordable housing development in Richmond, particularly near Richmond BART and transit hubs. Contrast that idea with the Campus Bay site, where there's neither public transportation, shopping, nor any other amenities within walking distance. Richmond must not move forward with this project. Thank you for listening.
And the next speaker that I see with her hand raised is Jeannie Quartz. Jeannie, you may begin.
Yes, in Mayor Budd's e-form dated January 20, 2022, entitled "The Clock is Ticking on Point Mulate," he wrote that those opposed to its development plan have lost sight of the May 2022 deadline for the city to sell a property to SunCal or to have to offer it to the failed casino developers for $400. As in most of his e-forms, there is a logical fallacy in this one too. It's defined as third cause fallacy, or ignoring the common cause. This means that instead of the opposition causing the possible sale of the property to the failed casino developers, as he claims, the mayor's actions, the third cause, is the actual cause of the opposition and the possible sale of the property to the failed casino developers. Let me explain. The mayor led an illegal closed-door settlement deal that included the May 2022 deadline. Instead of bringing together all the Point Mulate stakeholders to compromise, he chose the illegal backroom settlement deal. This then used the settlement deal to limit the public process to the deal's terms and conditions. He used the May 2022 deadline to ram through the approval process. While it is true that missing the May 2022 deadline could trigger the sale of Point Mulate to the failed casino developers, they must go through the city's review and approval process with any project they propose, and the Gideville cannot build a casino. The Bureau of Indian Affairs denied the Gideville's request to put Point Mulate into a trust for a casino because the Gideville have no historical or contemporary claim to Point Mulate. Point Mulate is a lonely land. Mr. Mayor, you authorized an illegal backroom settlement deal and brought in a litigious Southern California developer, SunCal, with a plan that poses financial risks to the city. The resulting lawsuits and delays from your illegal backroom deal, lawsuits that were filed to protect the interests of the residents of Richmond, are not the cause of possibly missing the May 2022 deadline. You are the cause of the possible transfer of Point Mulate to upstream in Gideville. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Tarnell Abbott. Tarnell, you may begin.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. My name is Tarnell Abbott. I live in Richmond, and I would like to just give you some information that I just found out about in some reading today. And this relates to the Zeneca site, also known as the former Stauffer chemical site, known today as the Campus Bay. And as you probably know, many of us are extremely worried because building houses on top of such a toxic site, we consider it very dangerous. And one of the things that's really dangerous out there is the cinders that were used in the when they were manufacturing the I'm sorry, I forgot the chemical. But anyway, during their manufacturing of the chemicals, they used these cinders, and they are now polluted with, among other things, arsenic, mercury, and a number of heavy metals, cadmium, chromium, lead, and mercury, and et cetera, et cetera. There's hundreds of chemicals of concern out there. They're spread out throughout the whole area, which is 86 acres. And the community continues to want a complete cleanup of the hazards before any housing is built on that area. There is an interesting article called Heavy Metals, Toxicity, and the Environment. It was published in 2012, and it basically raises concerns over the potential effects on human health and the environment, and the toxicity of these metals, which permeate these cinders, depends on all kinds of factors, but they have a high degree of toxicity. The arsenic is the main one of concern out there, but many of these others are also out there.
Time is expired. Thank you. The next speaker is Andres Soto. Andres, you may begin.
Thank you, and good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. Andres Soto. One of the points is, this city council has made tremendous, courageous moves to try to turn back the clock on the corruption and backhanded, backroom ways that things are done in Richmond, particularly with those who think that they're smarter and have more power than other people. So, I mean, you should just go ahead and direct the city attorney, the new city attorney, to recognize that the Point Malate decision in the Brown Act case was the wrong move, the wrong decision. The city should admit its fault, and let's move on with trying to do what's right for the community. And then I think you also have this double dipping going on. If the city hired Christian Marsh of Downey Brand to work out a settlement, that settlement has not been done, and yet they're still on the payroll. And even though we have new city attorneys, so it's time to correct that. Thank you.
And that was our last speaker.
Okay, we are adjourned to closed session.
Yeah, more water would be good.
Okay, let me go up there and get ready.
Hi, this is Richard from KCRT Television. Oh, she's coming in. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone.
JC? JC?
Yes,
All right, I'm gonna put you on mute.
yes, this is,
I'm gonna put you on mute.
all right.
Hello, Mr. Northcross. Can you hear us?
Hi,
Hi. Okay. We can hear you and see you. So you can turn off
great,
you can turn off your camera and mute until your item comes up.
great.
Thank you. Jacine, are you there? Jacine? Jacine, are you there?
Yes, I am. I dropped my phone and disconnected us.
Okay, yeah, we used to have you connected here on the other one. That's strange. All right, I saw the number again, so I was like, what?
Yeah, the phone dropped and it disconnected.
All right,
All right.
all right. They're still in closed session.
All right. Thank you.
Okay, I see a quorum, Madam Clerk. Are you ready?
Yes.
Okay, we will reconvene the special joint meeting of the Richmond Housing Authority and the Richmond City Council. Would you call the roll, please?
Yes. Commissioners and council members, Bates,
Present.
Jimenez, Commissioner and Councilmember Jimenez, Martinez,
Here.
McLaughlin, Willis. Okay, McLaughlin's absent.
I'm here, Pam. I heard you
Okay.
call my name as I was getting on.
Okay.
And I am
thank you.
here also.
Okay, thank you. Let's see, Vice Chair, Vice Mayor Johnson,
Present.
Chair and Mayor Butt,
Here.
and Tenant Commissioner Scott.
Here.
Good.
Thank you.
Okay, would you play the public comment instructional video, please?
Due to COVID-19, this meeting will be conducted via Zoom pursuant to the provisions of the Governor's Urgency Measure Assembly Bill 361, which suspends certain requirements of the Brown Act. The mayor will call upon council members, staff, and other guest speakers by name. Please speak clearly and state your name before giving comments or remarks. Council members, staff, and guest speakers participating via Zoom with their cameras enabled are reminded that their activities are visible to viewers. Community members participating via Zoom wishing to speak should use the raised hand feature or dial *9 if participating via phone, and the mayor or city clerk will call upon them at the appropriate time. Community members will have up to 2 minutes to speak, 3 minutes for public hearings. After the speaker's time expires, staff will lower their hand and mute their mic. Community members participating via phone will be called upon to speak by the last 4 digits of their phone number. Public input and participation are of the utmost importance to the City of Richmond City Council. Therefore, it is important for public speakers to be ready to address the council when called upon. Public speakers are requested to state their names and city of residence, but providing such information is voluntary. Written public comments received before and during the meeting in accordance with the COVID-19 public comment guidelines printed on the meeting agenda will be entered into the record and published at the clerk's office webpage. If authors of written correspondence would also like to speak on the item, they should raise their hand when prompted by the mayor, and the city clerk will call upon them at the appropriate time. A roll call vote will be taken for all action items. The meeting can be seen on KCRT's TV channel and is being streamed on Zoom, YouTube, and kcrt.com. Thank you for participating in a meeting of the City of Richmond City Council.
Debido a COVID-19, esta reunión se llevará a cabo a través de Zoom en conformidad con las provisiones de la medida de urgencia del gobernador de la Ley de la Asamblea 361, que suspende ciertos requisitos de la Ley Brown. El alcalde llamará a los concejales, a los empleados de la ciudad y a otros invitados a hablar por nombre. Por favor, hable claramente y diga su nombre antes de dar su comentario. Se recuerda a los concejales, empleados de la ciudad y otros invitados participando a través de Zoom con sus cámaras encendidas que sus actividades son visibles al público. Miembros de la comunidad participando a través de Zoom que deseen hablar deberían de usar la función levantar la mano, en inglés raise hand, o marcar *9 si están participando por teléfono. El alcalde y la secretaria municipal llamarán a los oradores en el momento apropiado. Miembros de la comunidad tendrán hasta 2 minutos para hablar y 3 minutos para temas de audiencias públicas. Después de que se expire el tiempo de orador, se le bajará la mano y el micrófono será silenciado. Miembros de la comunidad participando por teléfono serán llamados para su turno usando los últimos 4 dígitos de su número de teléfono. Los comentarios y la participación del público son de suma importancia para el Consejo Municipal. Por lo tanto, es importante que los oradores públicos estén listos para dar sus comentarios al Consejo Municipal cuando sean llamados. Se pide que los oradores públicos indiquen sus nombres y ciudad de residencia, pero proveer dicha información es voluntario. Comentarios escritos recibidos antes y durante la reunión, de acuerdo con las reglas designadas para comentario público durante el COVID-19, imprimidos en la agenda de la reunión, serán ingresados en el registro y se publicarán en la página web de la Secretaría Municipal. Si los autores de la correspondencia escrita también desean hablar sobre el tema, deberían levantar la mano cuando sea pedido por el alcalde, y la Secretaría Municipal los llamará en el momento apropiado. Se realizará una votación nominal para todos los puntos de acción. La reunión se podrá ver en el canal de televisión de KCRT y también se transmitirá en Zoom, YouTube y kcrt.com. Gracias por participar en una reunión de Consejo Municipal de la ciudad de Richmond.
Okay, the next item is a statement of conflict of interest. Does anybody have one? Remember, this is the Housing Authority agenda. Agenda review, we only have one item on the consent calendar. Does anybody want to take it off? Okay,
This is
we'll
a
move.
budget session.
What?
Sorry, this is the budget session. It's not a consent calendar item.
Oh, I'm sorry, you're right. Let's see. Oh, you're right.
So Mayor Butt, we would like to provide a presentation if we may.
No, that's good. I'm sorry. I don't know what I was thinking. Okay, so well, item J was agenda review. So there's only, what I meant to say, there's only one thing on the agenda. Does anybody want to change it? Apparently not. So now we'll move to item K1. So let's go ahead with the staff report.
Okay, thank you, Mayor Butt, RHA board members and city council members. This evening marks a significant milestone in our ongoing work with HUD and the implementation of the FARS agreement. I would like to personally thank the RHA board and city council for your ongoing support of affordable housing in our community. Through the efforts we've been engaged in and you have supported over the last 5+ years, it has allowed the city of Richmond, in partnership with RHA and local nonprofits, to preserve and renovate and create a pipeline of 783 units. This is a really significant accomplishment. It's meant that your investment in RHA is paying off, and we are really pleased to report this evening that we are getting on track in our work with HUD and in our work with bringing our financial matters under control and reining in the expenditures while bringing staff aboard and decreasing costs. I, in particular, want to acknowledge our executive director, Nanette Beecham, and also many other staff that have worked in an interdepartmental manner to support RHA. Gabino Arredondo and Rena Martinez, in particular, in the finance team, have both really stepped up and did a great deal of work to help prepare the financial documents that you're going to be reviewing this evening. There are numerous other staff involved: Delmy, Vernesia, Bert, Anil, Nicole, Jose, Sharon have all been great contributors. And so I just want you to know that we are working tirelessly to ensure that we improve habitability in our units and that we improve the financial conditions of RHA, which have been impacting the city, and that we are working quickly to bring and rehab units. And with that, I will turn it over to Nanette to walk through the proposed amended budget for RHA, as well as the repayment agreement for your consideration. Thank you.
Next slide, please. Thank you, Shasha. So the recommended action before you this evening is to adopt the amended budget for 21-22. And there's a reduction of expenditures or amounts to the general fund subsidy from $1.1 million decreased by $371,000 to $770,000, which is a major accomplishment. And I want to thank everyone. Next slide, please. Just an overview of the amended budget. Total revenue is $4.7 million in revenue and expenses. There's been a decrease to the subsidy that the city is giving RHA from 1.1 to $770,000. Vacancies have decreased. We have since we come before you in June with our proposed budget. We've hired 2 additional staff, Nicole Lucero and Alton Jefferson, and we have 2 candidates identified in the pipeline that we plan to hire within the next 30 days. Thank you, HR and City Manager's Office and everybody that has been instrumental in getting staff on board to assist. Next slide. So just an overview of the revenue changes. There was an increase of $21,000. That's increase is rent that we received for the Richmond Administrative Building from Richmond Build. We're in the process of transferring that building, final stages of transferring that building, so they won't pay rent. It'll be City of Richmond owned. There was a reduction due to the decrease in rent revenue due to COVID impacts and vacancies at Nystrom Village. Expenditure changes, there's been a $349,000 decrease in the subsidy, decrease in cost allocations that were not approved by HUD, and we'll talk about that a little later. Decrease due to removal of a half full-time equivalent staff person, increase of $60,000 for the overtime budget, and that is for on-call after hours where residents have emergency calls for heating and electricity and plumbing after hours and on weekends. There is an increase in legal services due to lease enforcement and temporary staffing for unit turnovers. And last, $50,000 increase for the maintenance turnover supplies, as well as the security system, still security system that we have at Nystrom to keep out the squatters. Next slide, please. There's also been a repayment agreement recommended by CVR consultant that did a deep dive into the finances of Richmond Housing Authority and how much the city of Richmond is owed by Richmond Housing Authority for various prior subsidies and various other payments that were made by the city on behalf of the Richmond Housing Authority. So according to the latest memo, which was received in December 2021, CVR calculated that the Richmond Housing Authority owed $1.2 million. And they recommended that we pay back based on a number of issues. So the debt owed will be reduced by $300,000 which is the administrative building that's going to be transferred to the city in the next couple of months, we hope. And the debt also included duplicate payments from 2 landlords from the city of Richmond before the Housing Authority transferred the Section 8 program to the county. CVR is assisting, they've identified the duplicate payments. They are assisting with contacting those landlords and requesting the funds to be submitted to the Housing Authority, to the Richmond Housing Authority, not the Contra Costa Housing Authority. Uncollectible amounts will be written off. And the remaining $531,000 is subject to the repayment agreement based on your approval this evening. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. So we kind of want you to know where your money has been going. Richmond Build is a fabulous program. It helps Richmond residents achieve a number of goals in their program. And currently the administrative building that is owned by the Richmond Housing Authority has been leasing that building to Richmond Build. And so with the approval of the final documents submitted to HUD as late as last week, we will be able to transfer that building, and the city of Richmond will not have to pay rent on that building anymore. Next slide. So we have 100 units at Nystrom. They're currently occupied by about 65 families. We have a number of vacancies. We are working with a development partner to rehabilitate, demolish and rehabilitate that entire 4-block radius. Nevin Plaza, we are currently in partnership with, I'm sorry. We're currently in partnership with EAH, the selected developer, to rehabilitate the entire building inside and out with new units, new windows, exterior, and they're also going to develop a brand new construction in the rear of that property. Next slide, please. Then we have Richmond Village, formerly Easter Hill. There are a total of 238 units. There are currently tax credit, public housing, and we're in negotiation to develop a MOU and re-syndicate that building in there and apply for Section 18 or other HUD funding, so the public housing will go away. Next slide. Then we have Hacienda that's been vacant since about 2015. We were successful in entering into agreement with Mercy Housing last year. They began construction in June. They are well on their way with rehabilitating the entire building inside and out. It looks beautiful. We anticipate that they're going to start lease up in October, November this year. We're very excited and we'll give you all the updates as they come available. And then we have Friendship Manor, Triangle Court. It's 155 units, former public housing units, but it has been transferred into the RAD program and managed by an affiliate, and it's managed by a third party, John Stewart Company. So a number of affordable housing units that were formerly public housing. Next slide, please. So overview of the accomplishments in the asset repositioning. As I said earlier, we've transferred Hacienda, where we look forward to transferring Nevin into new ownership in the structure later this year so they can begin the rehab at Nevin. We are working with McCormick Barron and Richmond Neighborhood Housing Services to redevelop the entire 4 blocks of housing at Nystrom Village, and finalizing and resyndicating Richmond Village. Finance has been very successful in working towards implementing all of the HUD recommendations, And we have, they've concluded the audit for 2017, and it needs to be uploaded to HUD. And Mays and Associates are working on 2018, 2019 audits, which we will upload to HUD. Big accomplishment in the last year. And we have requested and received CARES Act funding, which provided reimbursement of funds to Nystrom and Nevin. We're in the process of finalizing the 2022-23 budget, and we're going to be submitting that for review in the near future. Next slide. So that concludes my report, and I would really like you to adopt the revised budget and approve the Housing Authority Executive Director and the City Manager to execute the repayment agreement from Richmond Housing Authority to the City of Richmond. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions from council members? I don't see any. Are there any public speakers?
Yes, there are.
Okay, would you call the public speakers, please?
3 public speakers that have their hands raised are Roy Baker, Cara Giovanelli, and Tarnell Abbott. Roy, you may begin. Roy, you may begin whenever you're ready.
Hello, my name is Roy Baker. I'm going to educate a concern that I have about at the Stay Hotel in Pool. As an educator, that having individuals who may or may not pose a threat to the community, having a lot of notice about this. So I believe that there should be more conversation about this. I also believe that equity is of utmost importance so that people who have made mistakes do have a second chance. However, I don't think that was about less than 800 feet from an elementary school is the proper place to be housing known sex offenders.
I think you're on the wrong item, but why don't you go ahead and finish?
That's all I really have to say about it.
Okay, all right. Next speaker, please.
And I don't see any other hands raised at this time. I did see Tarnell Abbott's hand was raised. I don't currently see any hands raised. Oh, here we are. We have one more. Jesse Turan, you may begin.
Hi. So with regard to the site placement or either site or housing, all residents, I mean, nobody wants homeless encampments in their neighborhoods, but the homeless have to be put somewhere. I mean, we have to go somewhere. We have to be somewhere. We have to exist somewhere. And I understand perhaps there could be a vetting process, like people with criminal history not allowed in certain neighborhoods or something like that. Like there are different types of homeless people. They shouldn't all be grouped. We shouldn't all be grouped into under one umbrella.
Ms. Turan, you're on the wrong agenda item, but you know, I'm going to let you go ahead and finish. But
okay, my apologies. I was just commenting on this person's comment. I'm just feeling like there needs to be a lot more acceptance and judging people as individuals before nixing entire communities, because we're part of this community too. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. And that was our last speaker.
okay, do we have a motion on this item?
I'll move the item.
Okay, motion by Johnson, second by McLaughlin. Call the roll, please.
Commissioner Councilmember Bates,
Yes.
Jimenez,
Yes.
Martinez,
Yes.
McLaughlin,
Yes.
Willis is absent. Vice Chair Johnson and Vice Mayor Johnson,
Yes.
Lieutenant Commissioner Scott, Lieutenant Commissioner Scott,
Yes.
okay. And Chair and Mayor Butt.
Yes.
The motion passes with Lieutenant Commissioner Willis, not Lieutenant Commissioner Willis, I'm sorry, Commissioner and Councilmember Willis absent.
Thank you.
That brings us to the end of our Housing Authority agenda. So it is now adjourned and we're convening the regular meeting of the Richmond City Council. Would you call the roll, please?
Yes. Councilmember Bates,
Present.
Councilmember Jimenez,
Present.
Vice Mayor Johnson,
Here.
Councilmember Martinez,
Here.
Councilmember McLaughlin,
Here.
Councilmember Willis, I believe he will be absent the entire meeting. And Mayor Butt.
Yes. Next item is statement of conflict of interest. Does anyone have a conflict they wish to state? Hearing none, we'll move to agenda review. Does anybody have anything, any
Yeah.
agenda they'd like to move around?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I like to move up U5. There's a considerable amount of comment and concern about this item, and it relates to some schools and some parents, and I'd like for that to be placed after a comment from the audience.
Okay.
Open forum.
If there are no objections, we'll move that up after public comment. Well, actually, let's see, it's part of, no, it's a study session. Okay. Okay, any other changes to the
Yes.
agenda?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, could we move up U4 as well? This is a group of young people. It's the Healthy Options at Point of Sale, and they're high school kids. And I just, think it's more appropriate for us to hear them earlier. So I don't know if we want to do that before. I don't think it will be that long. If we could do that before or the first study session followed by the unhoused interventions, or if Councilmember Bates, wanted the unhoused interventions to be first.
Yeah, I'd like for mine to be first, please.
All right, I'm good with it being second if that's okay with everyone.
Okay, we'll put that in second place. Any other agenda changes? Okay, I don't see any. Next item is report from the city manager. And by the way, if anyone has any comments on the city manager's report or the police chief's report, they can sign up for open forum and do it at that time. So let's move on to the next item is report from the city attorney of final decisions made during closed session.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. We actually had quite a few things on the agenda tonight. The 4 items listed on the workers' compensation claims, which were Edwards, Reditich, Rigmaiden, and Tan. On the first one, on all of those items were approved. The agreements were approved. The first one was motioned by McLaughlin, second Jimenez, and the vote was 6-1 with Butt being no. The second one was Jimenez and Johnson, and that was unanimous. The third one was Jimenez and Johnson also, that was 6-1 with Butt no. And the last one on Tan was Johnson McLaughlin with unanimous. Then we have the items under C2, which involve the Point Malate and Campus Bay litigation matters. The Point Malate items ended up not being discussed. We ran out of time. There was no action taken. With regards to the Campus Bay matter, there was a motion by Councilmember McLaughlin, seconded by Councilmember Menace, That was approved with 4, 2 noes being Butt and Bates, and Councilmember Johnson abstained. That action was a decision under the development agreement that allowed the city to not participate in the litigation. And the council decided on the Campus Bay matter. We will not be filing a brief or appearing in the matter. Then with regards to the anticipated litigation also, that item was not discussed. And with regards to the report on the Veolia mediation, there was a mediation that was conducted. We gave a report on the mediation. There was no reportable action taken by the council. And the last item on the agenda is the performance evaluation of the city manager. There was discussion of the evaluation process, and there was no reportable action taken. And that's the closed session report.
Okay, thank you. Next report is from the city manager.
Good evening, Mayor Butt and members of the City Council. Today, a significant amount of time was spent trying to clarify matters pertaining to the Shore Stay Hotel located at 917 West Cutting Boulevard. City staff would like to reiterate that a project is not proposed by city staff at the Shore Stay Hotel. We also want to clarify that the current operations at the Shore Stay Hotel are solely under the control of Contra Costa County. As such, we are working to obtain additional information regarding the concerns that residents have raised. By way of background, community development staff was approached by Novin Development about a potential home key application. On Friday, January 21st, 2022, Novin Development shared with staff their desire to jointly apply with the city for this project and would likely seek city and county financial support as part of the application. Per standard process, city staff requested that Novin Development reach out to the Point Richmond Neighborhood Council and the Point Richmond Business Association to seek community support for their project. It is our understanding that Novin Development contacted representatives of both organizations and will also be reaching out to the TA at Washington Elementary School. As noted, staff has not made any commitments to this project, nor would we without City Council support and authorization. In addition, city staff met with Washington Elementary School representatives and other stakeholders to provide a status update and listen to their concerns today. This evening, under item U5, Ms. Velasco and Ms. Milam will begin the process of providing an initial overview of unhoused intervention activities citywide, and we are hopeful that Christy Maxton, Director of Health, Housing, and Homeless Services, can participate. Acting Chief Chirona will address matters pertaining to crime this evening in his report. And with that, Mayor Butt and members of the City Council, I would like to conclude my remarks and thank you for hearing the presentation that are forthcoming.
Okay, thank you. The next presentation is crime report from the Chief of Police.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. The Acting Chief of Police, Louis Chirona, and if KCRT can put up my PowerPoint. Very short presentation, but I wanted to give the council and the residents just a summary of 2021 and an update on crime since my last presentation to the council. Second slide, please. Just one slide. So I'm pleased to report that in 2021, we've actually made some headway, that the city of Richmond, in comparison to the year 2020, had a significant decrease in both violent and property-related crimes. Even with the challenges that the pandemic has placed upon us, the men and women of the Richmond Police Department, both sworn and professional staff, have continued to provide the kind of service that the city of Richmond deserves, continuing with our engagement with the community, as well as more intelligence-based policing. We had a 34% decrease in total violent crime. and a 13% decrease in total property crime. While there are still challenges ahead, I see this as a good sign that we saw nearly every category of crime decrease compared to the year 2020. As you can see on the slide, we had an average of 785 violent crimes last year and 3,700, almost 3,800 property crimes, which is still too much. So we're looking to improve on those numbers for this new year. And as you can see, for the year 2021, there were a total of just shy of 100,000 calls for service for Richmond Police Services. As far as a crime update from the last update I provided to the council, we've had 1 homicide, 4 assaults with firearms, 44 robberies, 9 carjackings, 12 sexual assaults, and 38 firearms recovered. One thing of note for the year of 2021, members of the Richmond Police Department did recover over 350 illegal firearms from the streets of Richmond, which is something to be celebrated. I know that there has been some concern recently over the Sure Stay hotel at 915 West Cutting. I can say that we did do some research into the area around Washington School, looking for any abnormalities in regards to specific crime trends. And I can say that there weren't anything that really popped out. I wanted to continue to do more research and study into the area. I also had my our domestic and sexual violence detectives conduct a search through the California Sexual Arson Registry, which is a law enforcement registry for 290 registrants. And as of today, there were no residents at the 915 West Cutting who were sexual registrants. And with that, I will conclude my report. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. The next item is open forum for public comment.
At this time, we'll begin our open forum section of the agenda. And open forum is an opportunity for the public to address the council on items that remain on the consent calendar or items that are not on the agenda. And you may also use this time, as the mayor said, to comment on the city manager's report and also the police chief report. If you wish to speak on an item listed on the agenda under public hearing, if you wish to speak on an item that's on the agenda, please wait for the item to be called. And just as a reminder, we would like the public to keep your comments respectful. Thank you.
And the 5 hands that are currently raised are Jan Bignoni, Ruth Gutierrez, Camille Salucci, Tarnell Abbott, Dave Bleckinger, and Cara Giovanelli. Jan, you'll have 2 minutes. You may begin.
Thank you. I'm Jan Mignoni. I'm a resident of Richmond, mayor and city council. I want to bring it to your attention that on Thursday, there was an elderly gentleman who was out in his wheelchair with basically nothing on the lower half of his body. The police were called, the fire department was called, and outreach was called. As of 5 o'clock that day, and this started in the morning at right 10 o'clock, he was still out there and no one came out to take care of him. This is ridiculous. And it's, you know, it's a true crime to elderly people. You've got this man and no one would come out there. Outreach kept asking questions like, what nationality is he? You know, he's not dressed. He needs someone to come and take care of him and get him where he's supposed to be. I think these people, you need to be aware of this. I think there should be some investigation on how things like this happen. And I wouldn't know if it wasn't a friend of mine who called and told me what was going on. So please look into things like this. Elder abuse is horrible. Thank you for your time.
Our next speaker is Ruth Gutierrez. Ruth, you may begin.
Hello and good evening, Mayor and council members. I want to thank you for the opportunity to be able to address you tonight. My name is Ruth Gutierrez, and I am a proud native of Richmond, California, born and raised, and I currently live in the Iron Triangle. And I wanted to make sure that I just planted the seed and that just whispered it in your ears as the concerned parent that I am in regards to the Sure Stay Hotel project and the home key application. Just, I'm really asking that you guys reconsider this and not take this on as something that should be housed so close to Washington Elementary. It was brought to my attention that there was 6 registered sex offenders from outside of Richmond to the Sure that were transferred to the Sure Stay without informing anybody. And that is just like an added stress to our school, our teachers, our parents, and our nearby community. And I just wanted to make sure that I did my due diligence in reaching out to all of you. I believe very much in all of you, and I voted for a lot of you guys that are sitting in place right now. Go you, I'm so proud of you guys. But anyways, just wanted to make sure that when that moment does approach, vote no and shy away from this option. I'm asking as a concerned parent, I'm asking as a Richmond native, this hits home. I have a second grader at Washington, and I really want to see him leave Washington as a dual immersion, well-spoken child, well-versed in both languages. And I know that Washington's going to help get him there. And I really hope that you guys just vote no on that option. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak to you. Thank you.
The next speaker is Camille Salucci. You'll have 2 minutes. You may begin.
Hi, can everybody hear me? I hope.
Yes.
Okay, great. So I'm Camille Salucci, and my love of Washington Elementary begins long before my 6th grader entered Washington 7 years ago, I guess, for kindergarten. And that is that my mother made me aware of the Many Hands program back when they were everybody was really working hard to make Washington Elementary the safe school that it is today. And I also have a deep compassion for the unhoused and know that it's a very diverse community. And I know it's an extremely complex problem to solve. But I do think it's important that the unhoused are in a location that allows them services to help them solve the problems and move into more secure housing. And I also, while I know it hasn't been formally started, the movement towards the Sure Stay as a location for that, I think, is not appropriate given the proximity to our beloved elementary school. And I also thank all of the city council members for your tireless work. I know this isn't and the mayor for your work. I know this isn't a big paying job. So thank you for your time and efforts to serve our community.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Tarnell Abbott. Tarnell, you may begin.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Tarnell Abbott, Richmond resident. Please invoke the health and safety clause of the development agreement with HRP Campus Bay. The 86-acre AstraZeneca site is polluted with hundreds of toxic chemicals and metals. Arsenic is the top concern. Zeneca Inc. and any other entities involved in the site cleanup must remove these toxic substances before they get mobilized by sea level rise. I'm really sorry. Can we stop the clock while I figure out how to? Sorry about that. Before they get mobilized by sea level rise. These are excerpts from a 2012 peer-reviewed research paper published by the NIH and PubMed called Heavy Metal Toxicity and the Environment. Because of the high degree of toxicity, arsenic, cadmium, chromium, lead, and mercury rank among the priority metals that are of public health significance. These metals are systemic toxins known to induce adverse health effects in humans, including cardiovascular disease, developmental abnormalities, neurologic and neurobehavioral disorders, diabetes, hearing loss, hematological and immunological disorders, and various types of cancer. The main pathways of exposure include ingestion, inhalation, and dermal contact. Several studies have shown that metal exposures causes long-term health problems in humans. Although the acute and chronic effects are known for some metals, little is known about the health impact of mixed toxic elements. Simultaneous exposures to multiple heavy metals may produce a toxic effect that is either additive, antagonistic, or synergistic.
The next speaker is Dave Bleckinger. You'll have 2 minutes. You may begin.
Thank you, Clerk and Mayor and City Council members. My name is Dave Bleckinger. I'm a Richmond resident. I'm also a PRNC board member. Although I don't speak tonight for the whole board, I can speak for myself. And I am a parent of two Washington Elementary students. I'd like to comment on the interim city manager's report as well as item U5. I'm sorry, I'm jumping ahead on the U5 item. In the city manager's report, Shasa reported that the developer, and I missed the name of the developer, it sounded like Melvin, had reached out to the PRBA and the PRNC and would reach out to the PTA. I can confirm that they have not yet reached out to the PRNC, although we will welcome their engagement in our process. We hope that the City Council will consider community input. I have some concerns. I don't know enough about this subject. I've not been able to do my own research, but I've heard some of the same things that some of the other speakers have talked about potentially unsafe people being housed near the school. I'm concerned about that. I think there needs to be a better plan and better community engagement, as well as clear guidelines on how people will be vetted and how the system will be managed and the safety of the school will be ensured. And I do accept that homelessness and finding housing for the unhoused is a very difficult problem, and we have to look at other solutions, including something like that. But we just need better engagement and processes put in place. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Carmen Vasquez. Carmen, you may begin.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Carmen Erasmus Vasquez. I'm also a parent at Washington Elementary, and I was shocked to discover this issue through Nextdoor this evening. I know that our principal had reached out to the parents, but it seems like all of this information came pretty late in the process, and I'd like more disclosure on what's going on and more community engagement. And just to record that I do strongly oppose housing sex offenders across the street from the school. The hotel is literally across the street, as well as other amenities that are attractive to anyone that lives around that neighborhood. So I appreciate the city manager's report and the information shared there, and I hope that we can hear more about what's going on and more communication directly with the parents. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Randy Joseph. Randy, you may begin.
Can y'all hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. My name is Randy Joseph. I'm a resident of Richmond, community member. I'm speaking today about what the city manager reported about the looking into, not even the process of starting it, and people already shooting it down and saying they don't want it, and they don't even know what it's about. You get people who are who leadership in the city. You get sons of the mayor coming up spreading something without having any information. And what that does is that it scares programs of helping people that are in need. That yes, people need to do due diligence, but let the people do the due diligence. Let the people reach out and talk about the plan. The man had even, the developer hasn't even come and talked about his plan. The city manager literally said the conversation started on Friday. It is now Tuesday. You got to give people time to reach out to have the process to start things, to get things in order. And these are how unhoused people get left behind. People always talk about, oh, they care about unhoused people, or they want them housed, they want them to get housing, but just not over here. This conversation has gone on for 2+ years of trying to find places for unhoused people. And every time you turn around, every neighborhood says, don't put them there. And then you say you don't want them in the street. So where do you want them to go? What do you want for this community to do? We're not even giving people a chance to show a plan, to show what people can go through. People are already shutting down this plan, and the developer has said nothing, has done nothing, but said that he's going to reach out to neighborhood councils and have conversations. And you got people over here being overhyped because people want to go online and scare people and send out erroneous reports without having facts, and scare people without even have people come to the lobby. And then they want to blame other forces that have nothing to do with it, so they can get their way, and they go like, oh, it's not in my neighborhood. This has to stop. We have to do better. I hear a lot of people that are going to church saying they're supposed to care about people, and they go out and they go on here and they act the ass, and they show who they really are. I'm tired of this. This is demoralizing the city, and it's demoralizing the people that want to have a right to live and get housed. I yield my time.
Thank you. Next speaker is a phone caller with the last 4 digits of 8705. You may begin. Speaker with the last 4 digits, 8705, please press *6 to unmute yourself.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Stephanie Brown, and I'm a parent for a child that goes to Washington. And I understand what the previous caller just stated about, the unhoused have to go somewhere, but I'm not for putting our kids at risk. I mean, there's a lot of, from what we've heard, sex offenders that will be staying there. Even if we save just one child, it's worth it. And no one is saying that we don't want the homeless to be here, we don't want them to be there, and we just don't want to put our kids at risk. And I don't think that it's worth that. And I have had 2 kids that have gone to Washington Elementary, and we have worked hard trying to keep this community safe. And Richmond has plenty of other places to put the unhoused, because it's not only just that they're unhoused, they have mental issues. I mean, they have a whole lot of other issues that they need help with. And not to say that they don't need help with these things, but we're not for putting our kids at risk, period. And it's not about going to church and saying we this and we that. It's about keeping our community safe and our kids safe. They can't protect themselves. They can't protect themselves like an adult. And we still have some adults can't protect themselves from some of these people. So it's about the kids, period. I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Cara Giovanello. You may begin, Cara.
Thank you very much, and good evening, everyone. My name is Cara Lynn Giovanello, and I am also a parent with a child attending Washington Elementary. And I did also learn of the Sure Stay project through a post on Nextdoor, not directly by anything that came from the city. And I am also concerned that this is our one school, and it has suffered a lot in the last 2 years. And I'm concerned that it really doesn't need additional challenges if it hopes to stay afloat. We moved here specifically 2 years ago to send both of our kids to this Spanish immersion program. And this has just raised a lot of concerns and questions as to whether or not people will stay at Washington, teachers will stay at Washington, whether this school will be able to prosper. I also truly believe that all Richmond residents deserve a safe place to live. But that doesn't also not include that I'm extremely concerned about the proximity of this residence to the school for a lot of reasons that people have already expressed on this call this evening. So I think there's a lot of limited information that's been released on this project, but I still find it really hard to understand as to why the council feels that this project is appropriate to approve 1 block away from our one school. And I also believe that we want families to move to Richmond. We want people to stay in Richmond, to send their kids to our schools, and we want people to feel safe. And I agree with the previous caller, which is to say, we just don't mess around when it comes to children's safety. It's something that all parents are extremely protective about. And I think that that's the right move for each of us if that's what we feel. So I am asking the city to find an alternative to the Sure Stay project to help our homeless community. And I do believe that there are other places and alternatives that can be successfully found. Thanks everybody for your time this evening.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jessie Turan. Jessie, you may begin.
Hi, I am a Richmond resident. I'm also a homeless woman. I'm hearing all of this about the Sure Stay project, and it seems to me that a lot of the speakers are equating homelessness or homeless people with child molesters. There's some homeless people who are, and they're on a list. I don't see why there can't be a compromise. Okay, no child molesters are allowed to stay at the Sure Stay, period. But in the meantime, there's a woman here on Ryden Road. She has stage 4 cancer and she's homeless. There's another woman who's in a wheelchair who has severe kidney issues. She's like in her 70s. I mean, these people need help. They need help now. They're not a threat to anyone. It's shameful. It's shameful that you're just tarring all of us with the same brush. It's not fair. These people are not a threat to your children. Open your hearts. Every place we go, every place we look, people are saying, no, not here, no, not here. Okay, the Point Malate, look, there's hundreds of acres there at Point Malate. Oh, no, 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 that's for development, or that's, the environment is too pristine. Okay, put us in Bayview. Oh, no, 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 that's too toxic. Okay, you know, put us at Hilltop. Oh, no, 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 that'll bring the property values down. There is always an excuse. So work with us, compromise, open your hearts. We're not all the same. You have to do better than this. The people here, the homeless people, could have gotten money from the state and federal government, but we were not eligible because Richmond didn't have a site for us, couldn't come up with a site for us. And so we lost out, and you lost out too. Because the better we do, the better you do.
Thank you. And your time has expired. The next speaker is Ellie Vargas. Ellie, you may begin.
Hi, good evening. My name is Ellie Vargas. I live here in Richmond. I have 2 daughters who attend the Washington Elementary of the controversial topic that's up tonight. They're 7 and 9 years old in the 1st and 4th grade. And I had something written that I'm going to go a little bit off script, but you know, I want to validate some of the previous callers. Like, I get that this is a really sensitive issue. And, you know, our community was just advised of this with less than 24 hours notice of this meeting. And I will acknowledge that I don't know that I have all the facts. But what I will say is that we were informed that part of the context here is that there were 6 registered sex offenders brought to the Sure Stay last year. Whether that's true or not, this is the information that's out there. And that has a lot of the parents very, very concerned. I for sure understand that that is not the case for all of the unhoused. I really understand that. I'm a social worker. However, from the perspective of a parent at Washington Elementary, who, when I was in the 4th grade as a child, on the recess yard of my school, which was surrounded by a chain link fence, just like Washington is, a man on the other side of the fence exposed himself to me and a group of my little girlfriends, made lewd gestures, inappropriate comments, facial expressions in broad daylight. And that stayed with me for a really long time. And so I'm just gonna urge the council to think in a nuanced way about this, but to think really, really clearly that this is very close to an elementary school that is very exposed to the community. And I'm going to just encourage this to be thought through with a lot of just concern and care for the children of that community. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Erica De Zavala. You may begin. Erica, you may begin whenever you're ready. Erica, please.
Buenas tardes, ¿me escuchan? Hello.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Hola, muy buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Erika Cruces. Probablemente la mayoría de ustedes no me va a entender porque mi primer idioma es el español. Así que en este momento quiero expresarme como miembro de la comunidad de la Escuela Washington. Soy una mamá que he participado más de 13 años ahí en la escuela. Y represento también a todos esos papás, ¿verdad? Que somos hispanohablantes y no tenemos la oportunidad de tener esta información a la mano en nuestro idioma. A pesar de que seamos una escuela bilingüe, muchas veces esto me acabo de enterar el día de ayer, ha sido demasiada información que queremos procesar, pero yo respeto mucho todo y valoro la ayuda que ofrecen ustedes, ¿verdad? Pero sobre todo que sea de parte de la ley, ¿verdad? Que todo sea de acuerdo de la ley. Creo que todos somos seres humanos y merecemos ese respeto, pero como padre activo de la Escuela Washington, creo que debemos de tener mayor claridad para cada uno de nuestros padres. Como les comento, he sido miembro de parte de PTA y de ILAC. Hemos sido una escuela muy, muy unida. Somos una comunidad que nos hemos estado todos unidos y somos una comunidad que ayudamos a los estudiantes y a la escuela. Pero sobre todo esto es algo muy importante. Espero que haya esta claridad, especialmente para el idioma hispanohablante, ¿verdad? Thank you, everybody. I know maybe not somebody speaking in Spanish, but I need to say thank you. But you listen to everybody because we care on my kids. Thank you.
Erica, are you available to translate in English?
No, not yet. I don't see that.
Okay, thank you. The next speaker is Leah Murray. Leah, you may begin.
Good evening, City Council. My name is Leah Murray, and I'm the Executive Director of Collaborizing, and I actually wasn't even planning on speaking on this matter. However, what I hear against the homeless or the unhoused people really hurts my heart. I appreciate the parents who are concerned about their children. I want you to know that the unhoused people are concerned about your children too. And the unhoused community is human. They are human beings that deserve to be treated with respect and dignity and not criminalized. So I urge you to reserve judgment. Let's work together to find a solution. Let's hear the facts before judging. Thank you so much, and I yield my time.
Thank you. The next speaker is Ramon Quintana. You have 2 minutes. You may begin.
Hi, good evening. I'm calling because I'm really passionate about helping the unhoused, and I can appreciate the people who have children going to the Washington School District, but them being worried about the unhoused being sexual predators is not factual. That's why, I mean, I'd like to see where this came from. It probably came from next door, which is not vetted in any way. I'm looking at a map right now and of sexual predators that live in Point Richmond that aren't unhoused. People need to realize that the unhoused are here. They're our neighbors. They live with us. They pay taxes at the store. They just need help, you know, and everybody's with their quick trigger finger there that they, oh, I gotta say something. oh, this meeting was just put on this yesterday. No, this meeting has been on the books for over a week. We've known about this. Now, I'm not badgering anybody. I just wish people would open their hearts. Jessie is an amazing person. It hurt me to hear her speak and just try to defend herself. People need to get to know your neighbors. They're not who you think they are. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Peyton Silcat. Peyton, you may begin.
Thank you. I also was not planning to speak on this, but again, like so many others, I've been moved as well. The only thing I want to add to what's already been said is, as we're looking at this, I understand the concerns of the parents, but think about the parents as well that are unhoused, who, just like we know, a majority of people who are unhoused are not sex offenders, but there are one or two that may be there. And these people who are unhoused have their children, perhaps next to folks, and they're looking for opportunities to get relief as well. And so we cannot just unilaterally block this problem, block this solution simply because we have fear of a few folks that may or may not even be there. But we have to think about the parents that are on Ryden Road or in Castro or other places that are just trying to help their children too and do the best that they can. We are all in this together. And we have to recognize that. So I pray that we continue to do this. I pray that we get to the bottom of a solution that works for the community, mindful that the community includes those who even we try to otherize. But we have to do this together. So I leave it in the council's good graces and good wisdom, and pray we're able to do this. People's lives are at stake. And that's the real truth. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Terry Dunn. Terry, you may begin.
Good evening. Thank you for the time. I'm speaking on this in support of the unhoused folks and as a former elementary principal in another district. I understand the importance of protecting the safety of the children and the teachers and the staff. And it's great that it's great as a tool that there's a list of identified offenders, because that tool can be used to make sure that those folks are not housed. The needs of the unhoused folks in Richmond is far more many people than that facility can hold. So let's make that facility available for folks who can benefit most directly and most immediately. I had lots of students at my school who were unhoused, living with their families in cars. One of my sisters works in another district, and her entire focus is supporting unhoused students so they can stay in school. These are families that need our help. And there are plenty of single individuals who need our help, who are good people. But we don't need to throw out the entire project at the risk of a few. Yes, put the safeguards in place. Yes, have conditions and good management, and of course, protect the children. This is a way of strengthening the community. And as Jesse said, let's open our hearts. Let's also open our minds as we come together and discuss creative, positive solutions, which may take multiple solutions in multiple places. And this can be one of them in a way that's safe for the kids and for the families. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next speaker is MK. MK, you may begin. MK, you may begin.
Hi, sorry, it takes a minute for the microphone to start. My name is Marlene Canagi Munoz. I'm a parent also at Washington Elementary, and I'll keep my comments brief just because I know a lot of people have already spoken on this issue. I know I can speak for myself and for my partner who's sitting here with me in that we wholeheartedly support the unhoused community. I think it's important for those listening on the call to understand that as parents, we were alerted of this meeting 24 hours, but we were also alerted of this information just, a day ago. And so we are making sense of a communication that was provided to us about some very concerning information about decisions that have already been made prior to it sounds like there's another initiative or another decision that needs to be made about continuing this project, but we were given information that there's already been decisions that have been made without transparency and without the inclusion of the Washington community. And so I think it's important for people to understand that we are coming from a place of feeling like some trust has been breached because we have not felt included. And we are just learning of this information now and trying to make sense of what that means and where these facts are coming from. So I think it's important for all of us, yes, to take a step back and to really encourage or take from this conversation that we need larger dialogue and clear communication. We need facts, and we need to be included in this process so that we can all make more informed decisions. And hopefully we will be provided with some next steps about how we can get more information. So those of us who have children at Washington Elementary can make sound decisions for our children, but also for the communities that we care about, including the unhoused. Thank you.
Thank you. And the next speaker is Councilmember Jimenez.
Yeah, thank you. I'm going to speak in Spanish and then you give me other 2 minutes to translate. Voy a hablar como madre de Alicia Moore, quien está en el 2º grado en Washington, en el elementary. Esta situación que tenemos fue algo que es un tema que como madre me involucro y también como concejal lo hago. Y por eso hablé con el supervisor del condado, John Joya, y con la gente que trabaja en el condado. Ellos el año pasado se dieron cuenta de que habían unos residentes y estos residentes se dieron cuenta el 14 de agosto y estos residentes que tenían estas convicciones de ofensa sexual fueron el 14 de agosto, ellos se dieron cuenta y actuaron rápidamente. El 16 de agosto ya no estaban allí. Y como dijo el jefe de la policía, ya no hay gente que está allí que tiene estas ofensas. El condado está trabajando para seguir y tratar de poner esto y que no ocurra más. Yo lo que creo es que podemos trabajar juntos para que haya que no es solamente un ganador y el otro no, sino que podamos tener soluciones para que nuestros hijos en la escuela de Washington estén seguros, pero también para que podamos trabajar en tener más oportunidades para la gente que está en la calle y que nos preocupa también. Entonces, los invito a seguir esta conversación. Voy a enviar la carta a la escuela de Washington. I am going to speak as mother of an 8-year-old daughter who goes to Washington. I saw this letter that people are talking about, and it's been signed by the principal of Washington, but it didn't have, and it has been posted on Facebook, and now I know that it was posted on Nextdoor, but it didn't have any date, which I didn't know why. As a parent, I didn't receive that letter, so it's a communication that we need to improve. But as soon as I read that, I communicated with Supervisor Joya and other staff members in the homeless department at the Contra Costa County, and they explained what happened, and this is a letter that I already sent to the principal, and I am willing to talk to her and the PTA about this, to just kind of give the facts and then to continue a communication about how we can move forward. But on August 13 of last year, Supervisor Georgioia have a citizen that was concerned about 6 people who were doing residency in the Sage Sure Stay Hotel. And then they act really fast that by the next day, they were out. And right now, currently, there is no more sex offenders in that. And the county is providing information about how these and working really hard to make sure that these don't happen again. I think, like, for me, I believe that we can work a win-win solution to keep our kids safer and find opportunities to support our unhoused community. So I am looking forward to that conversation with all of you parents, as I am, and the principal and all the community. Thank you.
The next speaker is Graham. Graham, you may begin. Graham, please state your last name for the record. Graham, please unmute yourself.
Hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you.
Good. First of all, thank you for allowing me to speak. Good evening. My name is Graham Perrott. I'm a resident of Grandview Court here in Richmond. I have 3 issues. First of all, where did this come from? We have just heard about this in the last 24 hours, and it sounds as though we're about to be railroaded through on this. There's been no discussion about it. No issues have been raised with the general public. And I think we, as the local residents here, should have the right to turn around and provide some input. I'm not against housing the homeless. Obviously, something has to be done for them. But it's just not a Richmond problem. It's a county problem, and it's a state problem, and it's a national problem. And I don't understand, first of all, who these people are who are buying the place, what the deal is with them, how much we're paying them. And by the way, who is going to run this? Who's going to manage this program? I don't think you in the city of Richmond have enough experience to be able to run sort of basically is what is known as a single room occupancy hotel. I live with these in New York. People would cross the road to avoid them. The second thing being is, I'm also concerned that people from outside Richmond are coming here. It turned out that some lady from Martinez has been transferred in here. Are we just going to be the general depository for the unhoused people within the county? And thirdly, of course, there's the issue of Jessica's law and how that applies to the Washington school. You have to turn around and make sure you can vet the people who are staying there, bearing in mind a lot of them will be transient. And how are you going to keep the sex offenders and other criminal elements out of there? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker is Don Gosney. Don, you may begin. Excuse me.
Thank you. Sorry, tough finding the unmute button. Last week's council meeting, we had a lengthy discussion about the redistricting maps. I brought up some issues with the difficulty in being able to read them, about how the lines separating the districts were 4 to 6 blocks wide on the map, that there were no street names on the map, no landmarks on the map. And I expressed those concerns to the city clerk, Pam Christian, who the very next morning got her and her team to jump all over it, working with me throughout the morning on Wednesday, so that we now have the detailed maps that are on the website. As the demographers said, were already on there, but weren't. They were able to fix a number of the other problems, and they're working on trying to remedy some of the continuing problems of maps not being able to print out where you can actually read some of because the colors aren't printing out. I just want to thank Pam Christian and Sabrina Lundy in particular, that she worked with me. Make sure the council knows I've got 2 great outstanding employees there that listened to what I had to say, jumped all over it, and helped to fix the problems. The one last thing, and I will be contacting them again on this, is it'd be great before that these maps come back, that we could go on that website and actually print out specific sections of the maps. Right now, if you try to go just for the specific district, when you hit print, it will print the whole city of Richmond. It goes back to everything's too small to actually read anything on there. It'd be nice if the demographers that we're paying very large amounts of money for could use the same kind of services that our own city uses for our street maps and district maps. Anyway, thank you very much to the city clerk and her people on helping me out on this. Thank you.
Thank you. And that was our last speaker.
Okay, I believe that now brings us to item U5. Is that right, Madam Clerk?
Yes, it is. Item U5. And this is to receive an update on the status of certain unhoused interventions and provide staff input on next steps.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Thank you for allowing this to be moved up. Unfortunately, many of the speakers have already spoke before the item was called, but I think that was nice for you to give them the opportunity to express themselves in their own manner. This was brought to my attention several hours ago. And I certainly agree with all of the speakers who are much concerned about the predators and so forth at the hotel there. Our children are our most prized possession, and parents have every right to make sure that they are safe. Unfortunately, rumors start and people get uncomfortable and excited. And how these rumors start, I don't know, but the staff has been involved in discussions. And I try to assure those who call me that no action will be taken without the city council approval. So this is the reason why I requested that this be placed up front so that the parents and others could have their say. So many, as I indicated, have already spoken, but I just want to assure them that I completely support their position as it relates to this hotel. And I'll leave it up to you to proceed to allow other speakers who haven't had an opportunity to speak to express themselves. So thank you for moving this item up, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, do we have a staff report?
We do, Mayor and council members. Lena Velasco, Director of Community Development, here along with Michelle Milam, Crime Prevention Manager. So I'm going to share my screen. Just give me one quick second. Okay. So we're here to provide the council an update on the status of certain unhoused interventions that staff as well as programming that is upcoming and seeking council input on next steps. And so I'm going to let Michelle present on the homeless task force.
Thank you, Lena. My name is Michelle Milam, and I'm Crime Prevention Manager with the Richmond Police Department. And I also was assigned to assist with the City of Richmond Homeless Task Force, which was formed in 2017 on the basis of public concern that Richmond work with the county, but also develop some specific strategies to the unhoused population, which at that time, pre-pandemic, was growing. So the Homeless Task Force was formed in 2017. One of the first things that the task force did was take a look and have some study sessions about unhoused interventions at the county level, what was available from nonprofits, and what services the city provided, and looking for opportunities and gaps in services and service delivery across the city. We ended up taking some time to develop 9 policy findings that were established by a collaborative team of the city community members, local nonprofits, and others from the county to impact homelessness. And the Homeless Task Force is something that's available to the public. Anyone is allowed to attend. It really was designed to be a freestanding body for community members members with lived experience, county members, nonprofits, to be able to provide policy suggestions and directives to the city council. And I should add that I believe it was in 2017, 2018 that the city council did take some action based on homeless task force recommendations. The first thing that they did is that they did implement a shelter declaration crisis, which all cities did from the state, which was pre-pandemic and only soared as we entered into the pandemic in terms of the amount of available shelter space that we have citywide and throughout the county. They also made recommendations to establish a process to provide services to people where they are, similar to ONS with core coordinated outreach services for folks who are unhoused to be able to provide assistance through the county. And they made recommendations to take a look at some interim sheltering items. So that concludes my slide, and I'll turn it back over to Lena.
Thank you, Michelle. So recently, starting in 2021, the City Council formed basically 2 ad hoc committees. The first was formed in March 16th of 2021. And the goal was to develop a long-term, sustainable, and well-funded plan for assisting the unhoused residents of Richmond, as well as to explore a potential safe parking program in a non-residential neighborhood. A lot of this was centered around Richmond's, staff was seeking direction from the council about where to establish a safe parking program as part of a HEAP grant that we were getting offered by Contra Costa County to address some of the vehicle encampments that were popping up around the city as a result of the COVID pandemic and the shelters closing. At the time, 3 members were appointed. As recent as the last council meeting, Mayor Butt announced that he was resigning from that board, and so the current members are Councilmember Jimenez and Councilmember McLaughlin. The second ad hoc committee was formed on December 7th as part of the council's action to stop evictions at the Ryden encampment and Castro encampment, and also a decision to allocate about $50,000 to meet some vehicle needs, including towing, auto repair, registration, and potential storage of vehicles for residents that took alternative housing options. So we have met, in that original committee also included Mayor Butt, as well as Councilmember Bates and Councilmember Martinez. And again, as recent as the last council meeting, Councilmember Bates, as well as Vice Mayor, have resigned from that committee. We are anticipating a meeting of this ad hoc committee, which now includes Councilmember Martinez, on February 3rd. In addition, city staff is participating in the implementation subcommittee of the Reimagining Public Safety Community Task Force, focused around the house interventions, and specifically the city council adopted the recommendations of the Reimagining Task Force centered around SOS Richmond's streets team, as well as their shower services. There is also a desire to identify an interim sheltering site. Staff did issue an RFP to complete a sites analysis related to that interim sheltering site. However, no responses were received in response to the request for proposals. But as part of that reimagining recommendations, the council did approve a sole source contract with Rebuilding Together East Bay North to help fund the SOS Richmond to provide outreach, workforce development, as well as supporting unsheltered residents residing at encampments, as well as scattered sites that were established throughout the city. So I'll pass it on to Michelle.
So during this process, as you all probably well know, during especially the pandemic, we really saw a huge outgrowth of vehicle communities at both Ryden and Castro. This was in part due to a multiple number of factors. One is during the pandemic, many of our sheltering systems, including Brookside, closed down, and the county had to move those individuals into hotels, which were supported through state and federal dollars, which filled up very quickly, which means that there were quite a few people who gathered at some of these initial sites. And one of the things that we did, especially from a safety standpoint, since we don't have dedicated staff to work on issues of the unhoused at the city, we really kind of relied upon our core team of City of Richmond employees to meet with stakeholders at each of these specific sites about safety concerns. So we established a safety meeting initially at Ryden with some of the local businesses there. It also included members of our city staff, and as well as some of our subcontractors to meet and discuss some of the community concerns that arose around that specific encampment. In addition, we also had that same process set up at Castro, and that process also included the Shields Reed Neighborhood Council, the Municipal Advisory Committee, in addition to impacted residents and neighbors around the area to discuss concerns and move forward with safety strategies around each of those encampments. As the city identified that they were going to leave the encampments in place and provide services there. It was a way for us to be able to connect with the businesses and the neighbors about their concerns. And recently that has also included the concerns of those who are unhoused themselves.
So in terms of projects that we're pursuing, we are going to be preparing a homelessness strategic plan. We anticipate it will be about an 8 to 10 month process. The effort will be supported by Home Base, which is a Bay Area nonprofit that supports cities and the development of these plans. And they were selected through a competitive bidding process and the contract approved by the City Council. In addition, All Home will become a strategic partner for us. We did get a collaboration agreement approved by the City Council. And All Home is also a Bay Area organization that works to advance regional solutions that help disrupt the cycle of poverty as well as homelessness. So we're looking forward to embarking on this effort. And the process for development of the homelessness strategic plan will be broken up into 2 phases. The first is to do an assessment of our existing systems and services, and this includes countywide, as well as local services. In addition, we will do community and stakeholder engagement that will include interviews and focus groups with the unhoused community, as well as those with lived experience and service providers. We will do a synthesis as well as a recommendations of the feedback that we've heard and the analysis completed. And for phase 2, we'll start developing the plan as well as drafting the framework. And we will come and do study sessions before the City Council and the public to discuss some initial strategies as well as a framework for the strategic plan. If consensus is reached on some of the strategies, there could be an opportunity to begin preliminary implementation of those strategies. We are expecting additional funding to be made available to support our unhoused residents. And so we would like to identify some options for early implementation of the plan. And then finally, the process will conclude with the adoption of a strategic plan, which will help guide city staff work, but also community work around homeless and unhoused interventions. In addition, some of the other city programs and activities that we have been embarking on with the council support is the creation of a safe parking sites pilot program. It's also been referred to as the scattered sites. So as the council may recall, in June of 2021, the council adopted an urgency ordinance, which included adding a new chapter within the municipal code that would allow private property owners at community assembly uses to host up to 4 vehicles for a limited duration. As part of that ordinance, the city also agreed to provide a housing navigator that would help support those living at scattered sites to find permanent housing, as well as to make sure participants were entered into the HMIS, the Contra Costa County's continuum of care system. And that just provides for opportunity for them to get rehoused in permanent housing, as well as other countywide programs. In addition, in March of 2021, the council approved a contract with Housing Consortium of the East Bay to help provide program management and housing navigation services at 2 of the vehicle encampments at Ryden Road as well as Castro, with the goal of sunsetting both encampments by the end of 2021. And in early December of 2021, the council voted to not enforce the notice to abate the encampment at Ryden, which had already been submitted, with the desire to get more input from encampment residents as to what would help them transition to permanent housing. So there was a meeting of the ad hoc committee that occurred at the Ryden encampment to help understand needs. With the input received, the ad hoc committee asked city staff as well as HCEB to develop a vehicle repair application form. That form has been prepared and was translated and has been distributed, with the deadline for applications to apply for vehicle repairs, as well as potential storage of vehicles by January 28th. We have noted to the council as well that the Housing Consortium of the East Bay contract will expire in a couple of weeks. Without a contract amendment, it should be noted that various services that HCEB is providing now, including evening and overnight security, as well as a site supervisor, streets team, the on-site office unit, and the housing navigator will end. The portables and the trash pickup will be able to continue, as we will be able to cover those under the Rebuilding Together East Bay North contract. So we're also finding challenges at the Castro site. We have, at this site, unlike Ryden, we have some households with children. We have tried to relocate them to other alternatives, but we have been unsuccessful in getting all families with children out of the encampment. The area continues to have extreme dumping and blight challenges. Some of it is vehicles are being dumped here, in addition to a lot of illegal dumping from outsiders. We're also receiving a significant amount of complaints regarding the hazards to the Bay Trail users. As you can see the photo to the right, there's a paved pathway that is part of the Bay Trail. And since vehicles are coming on and off the site, often using the Bay Trail as the connection road from the north end to the south end. In addition, the neighbors remain in opposition of having this encampment here, and so trying to figure out a long-term solution of relocating the residents here into an interim sheltering site is important. So this evening, we're seeking some council input about what to do with newcomers. We are dealing with an additional influx of residents, particularly at the Ryden encampment, that were not part of the original program, and with the direction to not do any evictions. We're having we're wanting some direction as to what to do to additional newcomers. And this includes, we also have an additional residents that are now in tents that have moved into areas where we've put K-rails to block additional vehicles from parking on the site. And so we would just appreciate some direction on that. We're also seen an increase in debris and belongings. And so we wanted to get some direction from the council, how we want to handle outdoor storage of the vehicle encampment. Do we want to provide an opportunity for to store some of the belongings, and then in order to remain at the encampment. So, and this could be done in collaboration with other community-based organizations, along with city departments and the existing service provider. So next steps, we just would like to get some input on the various points that I just raised, as well as we want to acknowledge that this is going to be as part of a series of presentations related to homelessness and unhoused interventions. And we are also working on the accounting summary of expenditures for the HCB contract, and hope to bring that soon as well to the City Council with an update. So with that, that concludes our presentation.
Okay, are there questions or comments from city council members? They're looking for guidance. So if you've got any suggestions specifically on the subject that they asked for, now's the time to speak up. Councilmember Martinez.
Yes. Have you been doing periodic surveys to find out who's there, how long they've been there, and finding out what kind of turnover you've had with that population?
Well, in terms of constant turnover, surveys, no. We do complete a census, and so everybody has been entered into HMIS, so we do know when they get relocated. We have had several residents that have tried to go to Brookside and have chosen to come back, or sometimes it's been to the Marriott. So we often have folks return after 1 or 2 days being in alternative housing. But what we're seeing now is a new wave of additional vehicles and tent dwellers that weren't there when the original program started in May.
Okay, I spoke to a resident, and she told me that the Richmond police actually directed her there. Are you aware of that happening?
To which site?
To Ryden Road.
We are not aware of any direction that's been given by police officers to park there.
Okay, well.
Yeah. If I could just speak to that momentarily. Yeah, I am not aware of any of that direction. I heard that information, but there are very few places in the city where people can park where they would not be exposed to receiving a citation if they were parked on the street for a long period of time, especially with something that's inoperable. So Ryden and Castro became a popular destination when the city stopped enforcing any action over there. So I think that probably was a contribution.
Okay, well, this person was moving around, not staying in any one place for more than a day. So she moved around, and one day the police officer told her that she should go to Ryden. I know that there's a lot of different people there for a lot of different reasons, and I've continually said that what we need to do is to survey the population, find out what their needs are, find out why they're there, how they ended up there, so that we could direct services to them specifically to help them out. In talking to the residents, I know there's some who would like to move. They would like to go to Arkansas, to Oklahoma, to family, but they don't have the means. One person I talked to said that she would like to go to live with her daughter, but she didn't want to live in the daughter's house. She was hoping that she could have her RV so that she could park it on her daughter's land and live next door to her. So there's a lot of different situations, and like you said, there's families in Castro, and in terms of the hotel, I think there's enough non-predators, enough honest, hardworking people who are in bad situations who could fill that place, and there'd still be many more like that looking for places. And we've had comments about this being more than a Richmond problem, being a county problem, a state problem, a federal problem, and it is, and we need to work with those organizations to get the finances in order to take care of the problem. But until then, we need to take care of the people within our reach. There are organizations, and this is another issue that I have. There are a lot of organizations, and like the like the issue of short notice. I know that we do give notice, we do have conversations, but we're always lacking in our ability to get the amount of outreach to satisfy our communities. So and you know, even the people who are who we're trying to serve, the houseless community, they often don't know what's going on. And you know, if anyone should know, they should know. So we need to work more diligently at bringing everyone together and to giving the houseless community a voice. Uh, so I hear that it's open to the public, but the houseless community a lot of times don't have the ability to zoom in. A lot of times they don't even know that there's a meeting to zoom into so that they can share their issues. So I guess you know, those are my comments. My question is, how do we plan to incorporate the houseless community into these conversations?
Lena, if I could speak to that, please. You know, one of the challenges we have during the pandemic that we all are having is how we can get together with Omicron, with various issues in terms of access and services. And Councilmember Martinez, I believe that you're correct, that we have to be diligent about including people with lived experiences in the conversations. What we have done, and we actually have had members of the unhoused community participate in some of our stakeholder meetings and in the homeless task force meetings. I'm not sure quite about the ad hoc meetings because those are convened by council, but we have encouraged folks to be able to participate and try to work with them to be able to connect. But there might be other ways, especially as we start lifting some of the county restrictions, for us to be able to meet again in person, because initially the homeless task force actually was an in-person meeting. And I think that there are ways that we could probably meet at the site or have site-based meetings as well. One of the things I also wanted to mention about the comments that occurred is that the county actually through CORE, for those who need to reunite with their families, does have reunification services, bus tickets, ways to kind of reunite people with their families if that's a service that's needed. So we're happy to be able to connect people to those services through CORE as well.
Okay, thank you.
Acting Chief Torona, are you still here?
Yes, Mayor, I am.
Do you have any insight on Councilor Martinez's statement that the police are directing people to Ryden Road?
I'm not aware of any of my officers making those recommendations. In fact, I'd like to know if one is, because that is not the direction being given through the Office of the Chief of Police. So if Councilmember Martinez could share some information with me, I would happily look into it.
Okay, Councilor McLaughlin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I just want to kind of go back a little bit to December 7th and then try and answer directly some of staff's request for input. So on December 7th, I brought an item to the council because knowing that the deadline or the goal of having people moved out of Ryden and Castro by the end of the year was not going to be met, and I didn't want to see people being just thrown out of their parking spaces that they were occupying without having an alternative place, because it would not only be harmful for them, but be harmful also for the city, because they would just be finding other places in the city to go. And in that item, I also spelled out that no new people would be, no new RVs would be allowed to come. And when a person would be, an alternative housing was found for someone at Ryden, for example, they would be there, they would leave for the alternative housing, and they would, then the city would put K-rails there, so that no new K-rails or some other type of barrier, so no new RV could occupy that site. And I did state that, we did not want, we had to deal with the situation we had at hand, so no new RVs would be allowed. So the understanding was that the west side of Ryden would not have would not be allowed to have RVs. There are parking signs up there, which is important. You need the parking signs in order to move somebody, at whatever time the parking enforcement is being established. And I know there are some people outside of the program on the east side as well. And new people that have come in are something that I think we have to put some parameters on and just deal with those that are in the program. I mean, Richmond has plenty of homeless and unhoused people to find alternatives for, and it's a regional issue. And we know sometimes people from Berkeley will come to Richmond, and we have to share this situation of finding alternative transitional housing and eventually permanent housing for the unhoused in our various cities. So it's not just Richmond that has this responsibility, but we do have our share of responsibility. So I was basically saying, let's not evict anybody at the end of the year until we find them alternative housing, a relocation place like a safe park, or a scattered site, and also, make sure that we don't have new RVs coming in. So I want to give that input to staff. What happened at December 7th meeting was my item was not approved, was not even voted on. Instead, a substitute motion was made by Councilmember Bates that basically said meet with the residents, because there were concerns coming up on the residents about the contract that was in place, that currently still in place for a little while longer. And then in addition to a meeting with the unhoused, Councilmember Bates' item also said no evictions, and it was kind of just a carte blanche, no evictions. So I realized that staff needed more clarity, but I just want to put out there, I had put more clarity in my item that never had an opportunity to be voted on. So I think we should go back to that concept of let's make sure that we don't evict people in the program. Let's make sure we work on alternatives for them. And when they're relocated, let's put a K-rail or some other barrier so no one new comes in. And let's make sure that the west side of the street continues to have parking enforcement, and those outside of the program on the east side of the street also has parking enforcement. Now, I also want to state that in terms of tents, I realize there are some tents, and Lena explained more clearly. I hadn't understood this at first, but some of these tents are in parking spots. So before I go into that, I agree that something should be done in terms of those tents, and I really like the way that staff put it in the staff report, that sensitively move them into another area. But I do want to make it clear that there is a ruling that was made in 2005 or 2006 that said that homeless people cannot be criminally punished for sleeping outside if no alternatives exist. So that's something, and it's been upheld. This ruling has been upheld time and time again. And that's a good thing because we don't want the homeless criminalized, as has been stated so many times. People are having difficulties due to an economy out of control, a housing crisis, and just general crises in our midst right now. So we want to be very sensitive to this. So what I want to make sure that staff understands is and I think you do, is that, you just can't, if somebody is sleeping in a tent, for example, on public land, you can't just say, sorry, you're out. We're going to pull up your tent and sweep you out. No, you have to offer them an alternative. And I think that's, now in the parking spot, I hadn't, considered that, but I think maybe moving them out of the parking spot because there is parking signs there. So enforcement can be made. But I do think that alternatives should be offered them, and an actual help to move into another public spot that doesn't have parking enforcement on it. So I do want to also state that when in 2005 or 2006, when this ruling came down, in terms of not criminalizing people for sleeping outside, Richmond changed its code, its Richmond Municipal Code. And, I just remember that was the time when our community was embracing the unhoused and saying, don't criminalize them. I was part of a movement called the Homelessness is Not a Crime Coalition. And, people sent thousands of postcards to city council members to say, do not criminalize the homeless. And when we finally changed the code after this court ruling, I mean, I wasn't on council when the criminalizing camping ordinance, it was a no camping ordinance, was approved. When I got on council is when this ruling came down and we were able to change our code, which basically says it shall be unlawful for any person to camp, sleep in, or occupy camp facilities or use camp paraphernalia in the following areas except as otherwise provided. So the areas that we're talking about, we need a shelter available, or we need people informed about the shelters, and any public area or open space, improved or unapproved, can allow this or should allow this unless an alternative is available. So, I mean, I just paraphrased it, but we want to make sure that we both manage what we have, and we're trying so hard to come up with a managed safe park and a transitional village and some scattered sites. And these will be well managed, and we'll keep working on these. And I just want to encourage our community to open their hearts, as has been said. I'm not going to speak about the Sure Stay. People have talked about that. It is not, there is no city decision made on that. This is the first I heard about it in the last day, and it's up to us whether we decide to move forward on that or not. And there's a lot of considerations, but certainly no sex offenders would be allowed there. So I'll just end my remarks by saying I'll be happy to make a motion at the appropriate time that says that staff should have the authorization to disallow any RVs on the west side of Ryden and anybody outside of the program on any side of the street, and sensitively move tents to another public space, like outside of a parking space, while offering them another option when it's available, and make sure that that we continue to find relocation spots, relocation areas for those in the program. And when we do find a relocation area for one or another or a host of RVs, we need to make sure we have an K-rail or some sort of barrier so that new RVs do not move in. So that's my input.
Councilmember Jimenez.
Yeah, thank you, Lina and Michelle, for this information. I just wanted to say, Michelle, Lina has been doing a really great job, and Michelle, you have been our champion trying to get more the community and everybody together, because it hasn't been easy. We have and it's no, this coming just last year. I remember we were talking about the RV park and having different sites, and every site has been opposed by the community. And we can have an option saying like, we don't listen to the community and let's put that there because it's the best, and it's it, and who cares about what it says. But City Council had been decided that this is not the approach that we want. I believe that they could be a win-win in where our community feels is going to be a good solution, and we have support our unhoused community. The end goal is that it has a house, but while we get there, with federal state resources, because it's difficult for us to come out with all the money, and the county, all the money that we need. We need to start kind of trying to make a little step by step. So the RV park is a solution that we are pursuing, trying to come out with like alternative spaces where there is no residential, but it has been difficult. There is not a lot of spaces that we can have that, and we are trying to also communicate with the community, and getting there in a place where they can accept that everybody has to put so that we cannot start kicking the can out of my neighborhood. That every neighborhood, every part, we need to put something, we need to do it so we can at least start resolving. If not, we will continue to have Castro and Right and Row, right? And more people, because COVID-19 is exacerbating the situation with the homeless issues and the economy that we have in the area with housing. So I just wanted to make sure that tonight we give you some tools that you need. We have been talking about that, so that we can start trying to manage and getting sunset Right and Row, and getting some also deal with Castro. So I am supportive of what Councilmember McLaughlin said, because we need to give you the tools so we can do it, because you cannot go there and say like, oh, I need council direction, and here we are, and we haven't. So I think like I am calling to my colleagues to just at least start making that direction. But I also think that we need to start moving into really accepting that the scattered sites could be an option, right? That is going to be a small RVs and 2 or 4 families who live there. That is going to be we can be managing that in a way that the families or the people who are going to be there are vetted and can be there, and other options. So I just want, if it's okay with the chair of this meeting, we have Christy, who is the Director of Health, Housing, and Homeless Services from the county, who has been meeting with the first homeless ad hoc committee, we had been talking about some different alternatives. So for instance, Sao Paulo just approved, the city council approved these 54 units for unhoused residents to have houses. And we want that also, but we cannot do it if we continue to have this opposition where nothing's, so everybody complains, but then when there is some solutions, everybody complains about it. This is not easy. We don't have the solution. We are trying to make sure that we are doing something. This is why we approve in the ad hoc committee the plan, the strategic homeless plan, so that it could give us a roadmap for the future to see how much, what we have, what is missing, and how we can plan to fill the gaps for our goals. But at the meantime, we have people living on the street, people calling us saying, an RV is parked in front of my house, what I do. So there are some these solutions that, yeah, it hasn't been, we don't have the results right now, but it's because the results depends on the acceptance of all community to say, yes, we believe that we can move together and we are part of the solution. So if it's good, okay with the chair, and I will like to give some minutes to Krista to talk about what are the things that the county is looking at services. Thank you.
Okay, are there other council members who want to ask questions or offer comments? Well, I'll put mine in. You know, this whole program from the beginning has been an absolute disaster. You know, the Ryden and Castro camps are still there, and they're getting worse. The neighbors are increasingly upset. The scattered site program has been a complete failure. It's gone nowhere. There's no safe park, although we've looked at dozens of sites for over a year. No safe park area has emerged. We've appropriated $1.5 million with no accountability and no audits. And as far as the county goes, nobody knows what the county's doing, and you can't trust what they tell you anyway. So, you know, how did we get here? I think if we had given staff the authority to deal with some of these issues, I think they would have gotten taken care of. We'd be way ahead of where we are now. The problem really is the city council. You know, the city council has set policies, but they constantly change. The city council members have written contracts. They've selected vendors and appropriated money. And at the end of the day, we've made no progress at all. We're going backwards, folks. We're going backwards. So I think what needs to happen is the city council needs to get out of the way and let a very capable staff do more. So that's where I'm coming from. Now, I guess at this time we'll go to members of the public.
Can we give Christy a moment to speak about the county?
We can give Christy a moment, sure.
Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And apologies for my lighting tonight. This is meant for a dining room, not an office. I apologize. I really want to thank everyone for allowing me to speak. And I just want to say thank you to the full ad hoc committee and the City of Richmond City Council. You guys have been incredible partners all along the way. And I think everyone is really been trying to do their very best with what I view as a humanitarian crisis, which is our homeless issue, not only in the city of Richmond, but across the Bay Area, the state, and the country. And there is no one solution. There is no magic wand. And I say that in that there are a lot of things that are happening, and I know, Mayor, there is a lot of frustration, and I appreciate that. I've been doing this for 20 years, and I share that frustration with you. But because there is no magic wand, there is no one solution, things do not happen overnight. It takes a lot of collaboration, and it takes a lot of innovation. And I want to again thank, Michelle and Lena, working with partners across the city to put in bids for really innovative programs for things like the encampment resolution. We're waiting to hear back on that now, but if it weren't for their leadership, they, city would have never put that in. And we were proud to partner with you all on that. It is not just a county or a city issue, it is all of us. And I want to continue to echo that we want to partner with you all. And I will say real quickly about the Sure Stay. I know there's a lot of impassioned folks speaking out today. And, I will echo what the chief of police said tonight. There are no sex offenders staying there right now. We will not place those folks there. That has never been the intent of that. I have a school-age child myself, and I take those comments and concerns very seriously while wanting to house our most vulnerable populations. And that takes a lot of compromise and a lot of faith in the county and the city. And I know sometimes it can be hard to keep, but I am asking that people continue to do that, because there's a lot of dedicated folks I know on this call and in our public that are on both sides, and that we continue to come together and work together. The county is committed. There is more money coming into the county right now through Home Key, through Healthy Families Grants, through ARPA, that we are going through city and county processes right now to figure out how that money is going to be spent. It is not a county decision. We do that in collaboration with you, and I look forward to continuing to do that. And I'm happy to answer any questions that anyone may have.
Councilmember Bates, got a hand up. Go ahead.
Well, thank you kindly. I'm concerned. The county came in and took over our Sure Stay and our beautiful Marriott Hotel that was representing almost $400,000 annually. That's about $4 million for 10 years. Yet, I don't see other cities like San Pablo has a hotel, Pinole has a hotel, a motel at least. El Cerrito has a hotel. What are these other cities contributing in terms of trying to resolve this homeless problem? And why is it that Richmond seem to be the one that's paying the largest amount?
I can't speak to every city. We do have other motels, and we did during the pandemic, some of which have been closed. But for example, we have over 170 units in Pittsburgh that we had as kind of a non-congregate shelter that we were then able to purchase along with the city. So and that is more central and East County. So this is across the county. It also has to be up to the owners of the hotels. We did not come in and say we are commandeering the hotel. We have been working very closely with the owners of the hotels, if in fact they were wanting to partner with the county. And so the Motel 6 in Pittsburgh that we're working with, that was through Home Key, which is a state funding program. This time with Home Key 2, which is out right now, people are looking at different hotels. Is Sure Stay on the table? I go to the city of Richmond to answer those questions with developers, but there are a lot of projects, not just in the city of Richmond, that are happening. The city of San Pablo, while it wasn't a hotel, we were just able to get through their city council, 54 units of housing there on a site. So the projects may look different, but I do strongly believe that each city and area in the county are doing their best with their resources to help with the homeless issues.
Nat, did you get your question answered?
Yeah, partially.
Okay, I'm happy to answer, or if I didn't, I'm happy to address it.
I'm just going to refute some of that. Richmond has been a dumping ground for the county for homeless people for a long, long time. Richmond has traditionally housed way over 50% provided over 50% of the homeless beds in the county. And when this project Home Key got funded, the county rented 2 hotels in Richmond, more than any other city in the county. And then they moved, instead of putting Richmond homeless people in it, they moved people from Pittsburgh up to Sure Stay in Richmond. And there's been all this talk about the sex offenders and Sure Stay and this kind of thing. The reason people don't trust the county is the county has proven that it's not trustworthy. The county put 6 sex offenders from other parts of the county into Sure Stay, didn't tell anybody, just did it very, very quietly. And then somebody went to the website and found out about that and started complaining about it. And the county said, okay, we'll move them. And they said they're all gone. And that wasn't true. They didn't move all of them. Some of them are still there. So, and back when this whole search for a safe park place happened, and when we set up these contracts for Ryden Road and Castro, the county representatives told us, and this is documented. I mean, this is not somebody's recollection. They said, we will have 50 to 60 beds a month available to move people into and to move them out of Ryden Road and out of Castro. And that turned out to be just total baloney. I just think, the county has all the public money for homelessness. They have all the paid staff, and we are not getting the attention and the resources that we deserve. And people need to understand that. They need to put pressure on the county to take care of Richmond and put Richmond ahead of other places that are not doing anywhere near as much as we are for the homeless population in the county. Councilor Bates, you still have your hand up. Are you done, or do you want?
Well, I concur with you, Mr. Mayor, and the problem is not nearly as bad in the other part of the county as it is in Richmond. And I again say that Richmond has taken the biggest blunt and been mistreated more than any other city in the county, from my perspective. And I don't understand it. Resources are there, and they want us to spend much of our resources. I'm just curious as to when are we going to get some respect?
I mean, what other city in the county has appropriated $1.5 million to the homeless problem? Anyway, let's go to public speakers.
Okay. We do have public speakers. And Sabrina, can you please call the public speakers?
Okay, we currently have 14 public speakers. The first group is Oscar Garcia, Philip, Jesse Turan, Jan Gugnoni, Lisa Johnson, Mr. Phillips, another speaker named Philip, Emily Ross, Washington Parent, Mauve Catherine Bergman, and Sheba Mishik. Oscar Garcia, you may begin.
Hi, good evening. My name is Oscar Garcia. I'm born and raised in Richmond and have a couple of young family members that attend Washington Elementary School. And I think today's staff presentation, I mean, this is a very complex issue, trying to relocate folks who are in worst of economic and or mental condition, and trying to find a permanent housing solution for them is a very complex issue that I think the city and county are showing that are not capable of necessarily dealing with. And I feel really bad to say that because I know there's a lot of folks in the city that are working really hard to find a solution. But unfortunately, this is, I think, even more complex than the city and or county are able to take on. And proof of that are the slides shown today, Castro Street in particular. And that's the example that the community has of how these programs work. And to then propose to potentially put it next to a school that already has kids that are struggling with various other issues that society has thrown at them, I think is a huge tragedy. So I definitely don't have any solutions, but I think that our leadership needs to do some self-reflection and realize that maybe this issue doesn't have a solution, and that maybe we're taking on more than we can chew. And we should consider perhaps finding housing that is available to these individuals and pushing them and nudging them in that direction. Because I know it is available. My understanding from John Joya is housing has been offered to all of these individuals, and that should be an option to them.
Thank you. Your time has expired. The next speaker is Philip. Philip, please state your last name for the record and you may begin.
Good evening and thank you, everybody. My name is Philip Rosenthal. I live in Point Richmond within a stone's throw of both the elementary school and the hotel. Thanks for a moment to speak today. I'd like to start off by saying this is not a dichotomy. Certainly not all homeless people are sex offenders and criminals, and certainly not everyone who is opposed to the takeover of the Sure Stay is a heartless person, unaware of the complexity of the issue, clueless to what's happening in our own communities, and clueless to the fact that even the housed are struggling now during the pandemic. So we are very well aware and can easily imagine how hard it would be to be on the verge of homelessness or trying to live as a homeless person, and certainly trying to support a homeless family if you were living in a car with your children. So everyone who opposes this is not an animal without feelings. The problem is not and never has been a complaint about moving a mother and her children into a hotel or a person with cancer into a hotel. The problem is the fact that we as a community are now being called on to clean up this every day as we try to deal with homeless, mentally ill, and drug-addicted people, and the drug dealings and drug-related prostitution that is going on right in our own neighborhoods. This is, and it is almost impossible to believe that nobody in the city or on the city council had a clue about this until the idea was I Dream of Jeannied up a couple days ago. There are 716 square miles in this county. 716 square miles. Maybe we can put some people in the hotel without actually purchasing it and hoping that things work out for the best.
Thank you. Your time has expired. Jesse Turan, you may begin.
Okay, so my name is Jessie Turan, and I'm a homeless resident of Ryden Road. First of all, with regard to the HCEB contract and it expiring, nobody will notice if they're not here anymore. The expiration of their contract will make zero difference at all. They provide nothing, no good for us, nothing. The security, I have lots of pictures of when the security is supposed to be there and is not there. And I'm happy to share them with anyone. So I think that with the other organizations that were just mentioned, as far as the management organizations, there has to be some sort of fiscal oversight. Please do not give money away again without providing some sort of fiscal oversight and accountability. That's just ridiculous. If they say that they're going to be spending money on something, you have to make sure that they're actually spending money on what they say they're spending money on. With regard to the scattered sites, the mayor is absolutely correct. That is that plan does not work. It does not work. The problems with it, you're asking these communities of faith to take on these problems that don't belong to them without providing them any sort of compensation. I mean, there's the problem of security, there's the problem of toileting, there's the problem of it attracts, other homeless people to their area. It's the problem of their neighbors. You're putting these communities of faith in a position of being the bad guys. Okay, after World War II, a lot of soldiers, when they were coming back from Germany, there was a huge housing crisis. So what did they do? They made where the area that's El Cerrito Plaza right now was a huge RV park. It housed over 600 people. Okay. And that was how they took care of the homeless crisis. And it
was expired. Thank you. The next speaker is Jan Mignoni. Jan, you may begin.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members and residents of Richmond. I was born and raised in this city and have deep respect for this city. But this housing issue is a little crazy nowadays. The Sure Stay Motel right by a school. I mean, if we're going to do motels, the Seahorse, it's right by Needstrom. Why not go there too? There's a lot of places, that we could get rid of. Couple of things. There are people parked in my neighborhood. We had on December 22nd, we had a RV fire, burned it to the ground. People that lived in that area didn't complain because they were good neighbors. They cleaned after themselves. We've got an RV on Wendell that's inoperable. We have an RV across the street on Downer from Grant Elementary School. It's been there for years. We had an RV over on Preble that took over half the sidewalk, and it took almost a year to get rid of them. I have a young man sleeping in his car around the corner from my house. It's 40 degrees at night. He can't be very warm. These are not the options we need. RVs are not the answer to the question. You need to either take some housing or some buildings that we have and figure out some way to sell them to somebody to convert them into transitional housing or something like that. City's got tons of property. Sell it to a developer and say, this is what you can do with it. That's what you've got to do. You've got to do something now. Band-Aids are not going to work anymore. It's just going to keep getting worse and worse. The other thing is, how many people from the city council are working with the county to get some Measure X money? They got $80 million in this county. Are you out there trying to get your hands on it and bring it into this city so we're not spending money that we won't have, because once ARPA's gone, we'll be bankrupt. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker is Lisa Johnson. Lisa, you may begin.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. I echo all the sentiments that Oscar, Philip, and Jan and other speakers earlier spoke to. I'm calling in support of all parents, children, teachers, school staff, and neighborhood communities. This is about finding an appropriate and safe location to house our unhoused individuals where they can get the services they need in a nearby location. Last year, the county transferred 6 offenders from outside of Richmond to the Sure Stay without informing anyone. From across the school 350 feet away with a park where children routinely play. Many parents from our Black and Brown communities bring their kids to the school because they thought it was a safe location. All 6 of those offenders had committed 1 or more acts against a child under the age of 14. Some of those charges included sexual battery, rape by force or fear, rape of a victim unconscious of the nature of the act, and continuous sexual abuse of a child. They were at moderate to high risk of recidivism. This is personal to me. It is very personal to me. My sister and niece were raped as minors. They don't get to forget that day or the days it happened to them. It haunts them every day of their life. It's palpable pain behind their tears, their smiles, and their laughs. It doesn't go away. Claudia Jimenez, you may feel it is appropriate to put your kid at risk, but you do not have the right to make that decision for any other parent or child, ever. This county has failed. You have lost our trust, and you have committed broken promise after broken promise. You cannot assure this community that you can never place another sex offender there again. You cannot, legally, you cannot do that. So please do not lie to the public and say you can. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Mr. Phillips. Mister, you have 2 minutes. You may begin.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak with you all today. My name is Mr. Phillips. I am a Richmond resident and a member of the West Contra Costa Unified School District Governing Board. I want to first start out by saying that the homelessness or unhoused issue is a big problem. It's a huge problem, and it affects many people, including our friends and family, and unfortunately, even our loved ones at times. But I would like to urge the council to not just be compassionate, but to be thoughtful when it goes about supporting things like this. We often talk about our schools and what we want them to be. And there's a pastime in this city about complaining about what they are not. But at the same time, I want you to think about what this council is doing to contribute to the problems or not contribute to the problems. And I'm very concerned about some of the things that I've heard regarding this new project and the potential of putting folks so close to a school and a park that quite frankly should not be there for safety reasons. I understand and I've heard folks from the county say that that will not happen moving forward, but it is clear that it has already happened. And I believe that community members have the right to be upset about that. As the council moves forward with trying to find options for our homeless neighbors, I just want you to think very closely and consciously about how your actions do affect our schools. This is supposed to be a partnership. And anything that you're going to do like this around any of the schools, I would urge you to reach out to the superintendent and have communication, because you all want to partner and we do too. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Philip. Philip, please state your last name for the record and you may begin.
Hi, my name is Philip Front and I'm a Richmond resident. First off, thank you to the city staff for this presentation. I have a comment and a question. First, I'd like to urge the city council to strongly consider funding the creation of a transitional village at the Richmond Viaduct site in Parchester Village as a longer-term solution for the semi-permanent roadside encampments in the city. They should begin the process of securing funding for this as soon as possible. As several speakers have already mentioned, this is an urgent humanitarian crisis, and we cannot afford to wait for other solutions to come to us. Switching gears a little bit to my question, the mayor recently sent an email announcing a program of his office to help provide more housing for the unhoused community. His announcement made it clear that he does not intend to cooperate with the existing city programs with similar goals of transitioning unhoused families to permanent housing. There were a few other details other than the claim that he has already successfully secured housing for one family, which is great. I didn't hear anything about this program in the report. And it sounds like the mayor is running it in parallel with existing unhoused intervention programs in the city, which seems a little inefficient. Can the mayor provide more transparency about this public program that he set up? How much will this program cost the public compared to the existing programs the city has already set up? How will it accomplish its goals of making participants self-sufficient by the end of a year? How are participants selected and how are they deemed eligible? Who is managing this program short-term and long-term? If the mayor has some innovative ideas, I would encourage him to collaborate with the passionate individuals and organizations that have already started this work in the city, rather than fighting them and setting up parallel public programs. Thanks. I yield my time.
Thank you. The next speaker is Emily Ross. Emily, you may begin.
Thank you. Good evening, council and community. My name is Emily Ross. I'm a Richmond resident. Having worked in several local elementary schools, the majority of homeless people I have known have been children. The message that we're sending to children, housed and unhoused, really needs to shift here. Blaming people without homes rather than the conditions that created their situation is especially disturbing when it comes to how we're centering children. The fear mongering about sexual predators that occurred today seems to be detracting from the issues that staff is seeking concrete direction on. City and county staff have explained that the claims about registered sex offenders moving into the Sure Stay are not accurate, and they're speaking to a number of complex programs that they need support in developing. I also want to speak on the volume of people who start their comments with, "I care about unhoused people, but..." To say I care about people who either don't have a home or live in constant transition, however, please make sure they're nowhere near me. You can get to your real message about whatever it is you're opposing. Tonight, the focus of the complaints is Sure Stay. They're often about Ryden or Castro. We've heard them about locations that were considered but never went forward, Hilltop, Civic Center, Waypoint. It's so easy to complain about this issue from the outside, and we have people here tonight that are actually working on them. And leading this approach of like complaints without solutions is our mayor, Tom Butt. I think if you're lacking leadership in this area, your criticisms of other people's leadership are falling empty. So thank you to the city staff for your work on this, those council members that seem to be responding to staff requests for directions, and the interim county director for her comments.
Thank you. The next speaker is listed as Washington Parent. Please state your first and last name for the record, and you may begin.
Yes, my name is Amy Burbauer, and I'm here with my husband, Vince Young. And we are parents of 2 children at Washington School. We are longtime Richmond residents and really begged for the opportunity to be able to put our kids in this Spanish immersion program. And we drive in from the north and east area of Richmond. And we drive past the Sure Stay 4 times a day, driving in, out, in, out. And I think it's very important for people to understand how close the hotel is to our school. The side entrance to the hotel is within 50 yards of the front of our school. And it's within 100 yards of our open playground that is only separated from the street by a chain link fence. It is not safe to have unsupervised people living in the area. I know that the last caller indicated that it is not true that there are sex offenders living there. And that is not what I've heard tonight. I've heard assurances that that wouldn't happen if this project gets approved. But the fact is, we were informed this week that the county and city moved individuals from a motel in Concord over the summer, and they have been living, including 6 registered sex offenders of moderate to high risk of reoffending, living within 50 yards of our school. I, as a resident, have never participated in a city council meeting to my chagrin. I expect my city and my county to protect our children and not let that happen. And it did happen. And as of the beginning of this week, when we got notification from our principal, there was still at least 1 registered sex offender living there. This is unacceptable. It is. So I hope when you consider this location and this proposal, that you look at the isolation of the area where—
Your time has expired. Thank you. The next speaker is Sheba Mishik. Sheba, you may begin.
Hi, can I talk?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, council. I wanted to first thank staff for their work on this issue. It's obviously being done in the worst of circumstances. And so I appreciate your attention to this so much. I first want to draw attention to the slide that was included in the presentation detailing the extensive outreach that staff and different ad hoc committees have done around the outreach around these issues. There is always complaining that not enough outreach has been done around this issue. Yet I want to again reiterate that we saw in these slides that there are monthly stakeholder meetings, that there are participants that include businesses, neighborhood councils, city staff, which is fire, community development, the police department, and so on. So We continually hear that there's no community outreach when there is indeed community outreach. And for whatever reason, people miss it and then say there isn't community outreach. So your carelessness is not tantamount to no community outreach. So that's my first point. My second point is I want to reiterate something another caller said earlier, which is that I think our mayor, Tom Butt, should be absolutely ashamed of himself. He says that none of these programs have been effective for the last year. Sir, you've been mayor for 7 years. If we have a homelessness crisis, it's on you, my friend. It's on you. You rage quit every ad hoc committee you're part of. You blame the county, but also say that the county needs to give resources. Your little Rotary Club scheme is not financially feasible. It shows no awareness of the kind of resources that homeless people need. It's absurd. Your leadership is absurd. It's an outrage.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Terry Dunn, followed by Leah Murray, Lupe, Mav Bergman, Ramon Quintana, Catherine Ruby. Terry, you may begin.
Good evening. I appreciate the work and the information shared by Ms. Velasco and Ms. Milan. The plan they've shared looks like it includes a lot of thoughtful goals, and I look forward to seeing how it unfolds with focused, positive participation. I'm glad that residents of the encampments will have an opportunity to participate. I am concerned about how the city's planning will be coordinated with the 2 ad hoc committees that exist. And now Mayor Butt has sent out an email about independent work on homelessness that he and the Rotary Club would do outside of the council that he leads and outside of the city agencies that he oversees. So I'm concerned about how all of that will be coordinated. And I appreciate Ms. Saxton from the county pointing out a strong truth. It takes collaboration. On a separate note, regarding forms that residents of Ryden and Castro need to fill out before the end of the month, which is Monday, in order to get help. In conversation with Ryden residents yesterday, many said they still haven't received the paperwork. And we've got folks under contract at HCEB with a trailer out there. They ought to be able to walk up and down that street every day till everybody's got the paper in their hands. We need to please assure that all the residents actually have the paperwork and perhaps consider extending the deadline beyond Monday, since most of the folks have said they haven't even received the paperwork they need to fill out. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Leah Murray. Leah, you may begin.
Good evening again. Leah Murray, Executive Director of Collaborizing, and we work with the unhoused residents of Ryden Road and others in Richmond. Since December, we've been advocating for and with the residents of Ryden Road, and I'm extremely proud of them. Despite obvious hardship, they have learned to successfully navigate Zoom, participate in Ryden and Castro meetings with city staff and other stakeholders, attend homeless task force meetings, initiate meetings with 2 city council members, draft recommendations for the council and staff on how to proceed with the encampment at Ryden, and they did speak with the mayor's delegation. They have grown so much in their personal development. We want to continue to hear their voices and ensure that they have a seat at the table where decisions are made. We expect that no meetings about Ryden should take place without a Ryden representative. We want bold new initiatives for Ryden, such as universal basic income and cash for keys, as many of the RVs they live in are inoperable. We want a race equity lens applied to contracts to those who provide services for our unhoused neighbors. And finally, Ryden and Castro residents deserve a restorative justice forum where the harms committed against them by the city and the agencies who are supposed to serve them are acknowledged and rectified. Thank you. I yield my time.
Thank you. Next speaker is Lupe. Lupe, please state your last name for the record and you may begin. Lupe, you may begin. Lupe, please unmute yourself and you may begin. Okay, we'll come back to Lupe. The next speaker is Mark Bergman. You may begin.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is Maeve Bergman. I'm a third generation of my family to live in the North and East, and I previously taught fourth grade for Oakland Unified School District. I'm very grateful to each of you for some of the praxis, both reflection and action on the issues raised by Richmond residents, particularly vehicle and RV housed neighbors and their neighbors. I'm also very frustrated by two areas that still appear pressing while a city plan is developed. Immediately, public safety and health issues, including inadequacy of security, lack of sanitation, mental and physical health crises, including COVID and overdose, and growing fires. Additionally, a lack of public participation and leadership communication, continuing lack of transparency and effective communications. Explain a lack of resident and neighbor trust for new sites. Please review prior contracts to inform the city plan on homelessness and support restorative justice. The city, council, and county's multiple layers of committees and approaches and unclear communications don't build the procedural or relational trust needed to solve complex problems like homelessness. In the spirit of this in mind, the following areas emerge as remaining opportunities for public safety and community engagement. Contract with problem-solving specialists versus generalists. Split the work of health and housing, security, and vital documentation. Flex awarded funding to practical evidence-based responses. Cash for residents' keys to incentivize relinquishment of inoperable and unsafe RVs, storage, pods, and basic income prototyping. Please improve your cross-community communications and decision-making to build trust. Ensure the committees are linked and impact decision-making, include all residents' voices, and effectively communicate with residents what is going on. Thank you for considering while you continue to ensure our community's safety.
Thank you. The next speaker is Ramon Quintana. Ramon, you have 2 minutes. You may begin.
Good evening again. I'm just taken aback by all the NIMBYism that's penetrated this town. I remember last year they were planning on building a encampment up in the hilltop area where we were actually going to get funding from the owner of the hilltop area. And because of NIMBY attitude from the people that lived up there, that plan was squashed. I believe last month there was a church, I believe in the annexed area, that was going to provide a safe park for a trailer. And before anything even happened, the pastor backed out because of pressure, again, from the NIMBY people. And now today, to associate the unhoused with sexual predators is pathetic. It's embarrassing and it's shameful. Nobody wants to be in this position, but it doesn't help when you say, oh, I care about the unhoused, but not in my backyard. This is everybody's backyard. We are the ones that are supposed to help. I'm upset right now. Thank you very much. Good evening.
Thank you. The next speaker is Catherine Ruby. Catherine, you may begin. Catherine, you may begin. Please unmute yourself. Okay, we'll go back to Catherine. And the next speaker is Yenny Garcia. Yenny, you may begin.
Hi, good evening, City Council, Mayor. You know, an important point to remember tonight is that we need to understand who the homeless are. There's a lot of stereotypes and, you know, I remember, sorry about my daughter's in the background. I remember growing up, you know, we had a stereotype of who homeless people were. And it wasn't until we experienced homelessness ourselves that we realized that not everyone is the same. Not everyone that is homeless has the same story or the same needs. But I think as a community now, I'm really empowered by the parents and all the community members that have spoken about Washington Elementary and our concern. Some of them saying that it was their first time. I want to encourage everyone that has spoken today with the same passion and concern for your child's safety, that you also think about the other community members that are also suffering and in need of resources. And we need you at different tables and commissions. I encourage you to get involved, to come to the meetings, to come to things and programs and groups that are already going on in the community so we can speak on the needs of it. You know, don't just leave it for tonight because it directly impacted you. Continue the work and continue to get involved, because it's going to take people like yourself to make real changes in our community, and not just in one fraction of the city, but in the whole city. So thank you for speaking out, and I look forward to working with you out there, because with the same passion you work, we're going to definitely make a change in our community. So thank you.
Thank you. We're going to go back to Lupe. Lupe, please unmute yourself and state your last name for the record. You may begin.
Hey, hello. My name's Guadalupe Ñana, and I am a lifelong Richmond resident. I was calling in today, echoing a lot of what a lot of people are saying, in regards to how to move forward with with our unhoused community, especially with the Washington project. I think that we need to remember that we're not sitting here saying not in my backyard, but actually really worried about how the city moves forward with many projects and how they drop the ball a lot of the time. We have no trust. Trust has been lost along the way with many of the projects that just come about because the intention is good, the money is put forward, but then somebody drops the ball and there's no oversight. There's no oversight to make sure that these places are safe, that people are getting served, that they are getting the resources that they need to be able to find housing. And I think that's the concern of many on today's call, that how can we be sure? My children go to Nystrom, and for many years we've had the issue with the methadone clinic. And that was a project that was put there to give resources to the community, but it's been an eyesore, and it's been really hard for having kids walk down the street, to the neighboring schools, because now there's two other schools there, and having to deal with needles on their path to school. We have a neighborhood park. So I think it's just, the lack of trust when it comes to the council members, that they're going to do right by these projects, making sure that our unhoused community, our unhoused neighbors, and when it comes to our unhoused neighbors, I think everyone in Richmond is dealing with some sort of unhoused neighbor. So I thank you guys all for listening, and hopefully you guys make the right decision, not just for the unhoused neighbors, but for the residents as well.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Catherine Ruby. Catherine, you may begin.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. All right. My name is Catherine Ruby. I do currently live in Newark, but my family lives in Richmond. I have a vested interest in this issue for two reasons. One, my family who's lived there for at least a couple of decades, and also the fact that me and my spouse were homeless not that long ago. For at least part of the time we were homeless, we did transition to Richmond for the purpose of work and shelter. I am vastly disappointed in the NIMBY attitude that I'm hearing tonight. It's painful to hear. I do understand the concerns. I understand the concerns of people speaking, of sex offenders in particular, but I also want to stand in defense of the homeless folks, because most folks are not the troublemakers that many of the people here have painted us to be. Less than 1/3 of homeless people are addicts and/or mentally ill, and even those folks deserve to be housed and have a chance to improve their lives. Virtually no one wakes up one day and decides to become an addict or mentally ill. Addiction and mental illness largely results from an effort to cope with severe trauma and pain, and homelessness only adds to that. Being housed will eliminate major stress factors in terms of physical and mental health. My spouse and I both have worked and paid our taxes since we were teens. We both went to college, got our master's degrees. We worked in professional fields, but as we aged and disabilities set in, we were less and less able to keep up with work and thus our financial responsibilities. We spent years trying to avert homelessness by using every resource we had available to us, which included cashing in retirement accounts. But the inevitable was homelessness.
Thank you. Your time has expired. The next speaker is Sean Dunning. Sean, you may begin.
Hi, good evening. My name is Sean Dunning. I'm a resident of Richmond. And I just quickly want to point out a few things that I've been hearing. You know, one thing that comes to mind is that caring and fearing are not mutually exclusive feelings. And this, like so many other issues that we talk about, seems to be coming down on two sides. You know, which side are you on? You know, are you for this or against that? And it just seems like there's a lot of really valid points from both sides that we're hearing. And what I would want our council members to consider, our leaders of our city to consider, that whatever the solutions are, that ultimately it's not about choosing one side or the other, but I would hope that as passionate as people are about this issue, that both sides or all sides would be part of that conversation. You know, there's been some great win-win solutions suggested, but I don't think we're quite there yet. We got a lot of work to do. So for everyone, you know, demonstrating compassion, you know, make sure you're demonstrating compassion for the person you don't agree with as well, and consider that they could be part of the solution. So that's all I want to say. Thank you.
Thank you. And that was our last speaker.
Okay, again, staff is looking for guidance, or is there any city council member that would like to offer a motion? I think Councilmember McLaughlin is teed up, ready to go here.
Yes, I am, because I really think we need to give staff some direction here and move on. First of all, I want to thank all the speakers. And I just, one of the speakers toward the end mentioned trauma and pain, and that really is so powerful, and it's true. Trauma and pain is what is present in so many people who find themselves unhoused, and we should not be adding to that trauma and pain. So we have to keep working on this. There is no other way for us to move. We have to keep working on it, because if we want to hold on to our own humanity, we have to keep working on this. So here's my motion to give staff some direction. I move that 1, we authorize city staff to enforce parking regulations for any new RVs coming into Ryden Road who are not already in the program. 2, that when tents are in parking spaces, that we authorize staff to work with CORE to help them respectfully transition to a new location. 3, that we authorize staff to offer storage to RV and vehicle households for their outdoor belongings. And 4, and this was something that had come up before in the homeless task force, I believe, and I had neglected it in one of my previous items to include, and I heard it from many of the public speakers. So 4 is to authorize staff to consider cash for cars. So that's a 4-part motion that I offer to give staff some direction so we can have some manageable situation here.
What is cash for cars?
Michelle, will you explain? Because I know you talked about that before. Michelle Milam.
Yes, Councilmember McLaughlin. I think that what Cash for Cars is, or what it's being referred to and what was referred to by the speakers and by Lena, is a program where the city would basically provide cash for those residents who want to relinquish their vehicles, whether they're operable or inoperable, for some kind of a cash payment to be able to purchase another vehicle, to be able to put a down payment on, something that they need to do to secure housing, or to be able to help them with their transition plan. How that would be administered would actually have to be developed and designed, but that's what most Cash for Cars programs do. And we would probably research some other cities and see kind of what has been effective there, if that was something that the council wanted to implement.
And that's different from the $50,000 we appropriated back in December to repair cars, right? Or repair vehicles.
I think that's a question for the council is, would we want to consider the use of the current funds to be able to offer that as an amenity, or would you want to allocate additional funds?
I have a quick question, Mr. Mayor, if I could, because
Go
so I
ahead.
can get a better understanding. I thought there were some state funds that, like anybody who would want to turn in their car that's no longer operable can get, I think I heard $1,000 for it or something. Isn't that true?
I can respond to that, Councilmember McLaughlin. So I am aware that the Bay Area Air Quality Management District does offer a program for cars of a certain age, but typically they're operable. And the idea is that they're getting cars that have higher air emissions off the road, and so there is an incentive to trade those in and get cash for those vehicles.
So my motion just has to consider it, and how we maybe it would have to come back at another presentation from staff to make a full determination on how that would proceed, or if it would proceed.
Okay, I just told the Air District offers $1,200 to scrap old cars through the vehicle buyback program, but I think Lena's right. They have to be operable. They're not going to just buy a piece of junk. So is that still part of your motion or something else?
It's to have staff consider it. I
Consider,
actually
okay.
thought there was something like pick and pull or something that some kind of a service that takes old junk cars. So I just would like staff to research. I myself could research what I'm referring to. I thought it was called pick and pull or something like that, but I can't speak 100% sure on that.
Okay, is there a second for that motion?
I want to.
Let me see if we get a second, then I'll call on other people.
I'd like to add a friendly amendment, if I may.
Well, you want to second it and add a friendly amendment?
Yes, I'll second it and add a friendly amendment.
All right.
Okay. For 5, I would like to direct staff to collaborate with all stakeholders, organizations, ad hoc committees to develop a clear vetting process for all placements.
Create a what?
A clear vetting process for all placements.
Can you explain? It sounds fine, but I guess I'm not quite 100%.
Yeah, well, it's obvious from the concerns of the community that placement has not been transparent, and so I believe that it would alleviate their worries if we could have a clear vetting process, so that for the placements, so that everyone could be assured that the people who are placed in places that are problematic to the community can be vetted, and so they can be assured that we're placing families with children, we're placing people with medical problems, we're placing people who will not pose a threat or appearance of a threat to the communities.
I'm fine with that, and I believe that was in the mix anyway. That
Okay.
Our meetings, yeah.
All right, so we have a motion and an amendment.
Well, I had a question, Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead.
I want to make certain that this motion clearly indicate no sex offenders in this Point Richmond Sure Stay Hotel.
This motion doesn't refer to the Sure Stay Motel because this item wasn't really about Sure Stay. It was more about just giving an overview of our housing, and staff was of our unhoused issues, and staff was seeking input directly on ride-in road. So that's not in it, but I agree with you on that,
Yeah,
Councilmember.
well, I think the clear vetting process takes care of that issue.
That's true.
If I may, Mayor Beck, through you as the chair, may I offer a suggestion?
Yes, go ahead.
Councilmember Bates and Councilmember Martinez, I think that the 2 points you mentioned are well taken. I believe that will necessitate staff coordinating with Contra Costa County, and we are happy to continue to do so, and we certainly appreciate all of the feedback that was provided this evening. And so we as city staff will, as Michelle and Lena have been doing, we will continue to coordinate with the county in coordination with our police department.
Okay.
Okay.
There's actually one other point. I would like to, for point 6, have staff consider the ideas, not implement, but to consider the ideas in a email that staff received with a Word document called Clean Ride-In Incentive Program. There's 11 points in that, and I would like them to be considered. These are ideas that came from the community, from the homeless community, and so.
Do you accept that, Councilor McLaughlin?
That's fine with me. I also want to, I note that Michelle Milam's hand has been up, Mr. Mayor, and
I'm trying to call on her if you guys will.
got it.
If you guys can end your speeches, I'm trying to call Michelle.
We're just getting
Michelle,
the
go
friendly
ahead.
amendments together.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I think my question might have been answered, and City Manager Curl really kind of spoke to the piece that there are 2 separate issues as I think I hear them. One is the issue of the Sure Stay and the process with the county and ensuring that we deal with the issue of the 290 sex offenders with the police chief, with the county. And then the other motion that I hear that's on the floor now has to do with ride and road and direction and incorporation of some of these suggestions and movement on enforcement and that process. So I think that's clarified for me going forward. I don't know if Lena had any other thoughts, but I just wanted to make sure that was clear.
Any other comments from council members before we call for a vote? Before we vote on that, I'm not supporting this, and I'll tell you why. There's nothing in this motion that has anything to do with transitioning people out of homelessness. That's the whole idea, folks. We're trying to transition people out of homeless. We're not trying to perpetuate what we have. Everything in here is perpetuating, is, find people who want to pitch a tent at Ride and Road, find them another place to pitch a tent, offer storage for outdoor belongings, cash for cars, those kinds of things. We need to get in a whole different mindset and think more about transitioning people into stable environments rather than just putting band-aids over their problems now. So with that in mind, let's
one last comment, Mr. Mayor.
All right, go ahead.
That's what Ms. Velasco's whole and Ms. Milam's whole presentation is about, what we're doing to find relocation places for unhoused people. And we will continue to work on that. Believe me, the commitment is there among some of us, certainly city staff, and some of us on this council. Hopefully, the majority of us on this council have that commitment.
Well, it'd be nice if you put it in your motion.
No, the motion was simply, this was a presentation. Staff just asked for some specific tools how to deal with the situation as it currently exists, and that's what the motion was all about.
Okay, Madam Clerk, let's do a roll call vote.
Mayor Butt, I think Ms. Velasco had a question, please.
No, I'm sorry, I didn't see her. Lena?
Yes, sorry, Mr. Mayor and council members. Could I get some clarification? Do we want to try to extend any services that are now while we work through the recommendations and these alternative options? The current services will expire on February 12th. And so just need to know, are we okay with that aside from the trash and porta potty services?
And then adding to that, Ms. Velasco, and through the mayor and council, since we're exploring all ideas, Mayor Butt, to your point, I don't think I heard anything from any of the council members suggesting that we shouldn't look for permanent housing for Richmond residents. And so we would certainly look forward to doing so with interested parties. And unless the council has some sort of objection, any nonprofit, community-based organization, faith group, Contra Costa Health Services, any group that is interested in working on this with staff, we would be happy to collaborate with them to find permanent housing solutions for residents.
So, Miss,
Go ahead, Councilmember
I think
McLaughlin.
Councilmember Bates had his hand up first.
Go ahead, Councilmember Bates.
Well, as we proceed to make these motions, I'm concerned about where are the funds coming from? And what is the amount of funds that's going to be associated with this?
So I can respond to that, Mr. Mayor. First of all, I know Michelle Milam and others have put together a wonderful grant for 3.5 million or 4.5 million. It was several million to the state that we are certainly in one of the top candidates to receive. Maybe Michelle can comment on that.
Yes, thank you so much, council member. So the city staff did work. I worked with Lena Velasco and our grant writers over the holiday to try to put together a state encampment resolution grant. These are one-time funds for a 2-year grant for the state. You had to pick one area, which we identified at that point in time, Castro, to focus on, to provide intensive resources to, with the goal of transitioning people to more permanent housing. And one piece of that would be a housing trust fund that would go directly to residents to be able to help them with their situation. We have not received that yet. We'll get notification maybe sometime in March or April whether we receive that. So at that point in time, that we would know whether we received those funds.
Thank you. And to answer, Mr. Mayor, through the mayor, to answer Lena's question, do we want? I heard some of the unhoused resident or one unhoused resident say they don't need more services. I mean, clearly the porta potties, which are already going to remain there. And there was one other thing in your presentation, Lena, that you said would remain.
The trash pickup service.
The trash pickup. So I'm unclear in terms of write-in. What is I would say work with, I know you have a meeting coming up with the one remaining person of ad hoc committee number 2, which is Councilmember Martinez. So maybe at that meeting, you could determine what services might be wanted in addition to that. And then from there, something to the council. That would be my recommendation. I mean, I don't think that has to be a motion.
And we will come back with additional information in February.
Yes, please.
Thank you.
Okay, let's do a roll call vote, Madam Clerk.
Councilmember Bates,
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Johnson,
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez,
Yes.
Councilmember McLaughlin,
Yes.
and Councilmember Willis is absent. Mayor Butt.
No.
The motion passes. Councilmember Willis absent and Mayor Butt voting no.
Okay, the next item
Thank you.
we wanted to take up is U4.
Yes. Item U4 is to receive a report on research conducted by Healthy Options at Points of Sale Youth Advocates and direct staff to draft an ordinance to be considered by the council within 60 days, requiring large retail stores to stock healthier checkout items.
That's your item, Councilor McLaughlin. You want to introduce it?
Yes, I was very privileged to get a wonderful presentation myself by Zoom from some individuals who are calling themselves the HOPS team. HOPS stands for Healthy Options at Point of Sale. And this is all about having our retail grocery stores offer at the checkout counters more healthy options. Instead of candy, sugary, candy that is not good for any of us, and chips and sugary sodas and such, to have some healthy options. And so they did these are young people who did a lot of research on it and have come up with some ideas for us. It's not saying that stores would not have the option of having the candies and chips and soda in other aisles throughout the store, but at the checkout counter. I mean, I'm sure many of the parents will agree when they go through the checkout aisle and they have their kids with them. There's this impulse buying. The kids are saying, oh, I want this candy bar, I want these chips, I want this soda. So if there were healthy options, it would be better for families, it would be better for kids, it would be better for all of us to have that option and not to just do that impulse buying. So I'm not going to say any more. There is a draft model ordinance that they would like the city to consider. So this item will be to hear a presentation from the young people, and then to also have a motion to consider coming back in 60 days with an ordinance for the council to consider that would authorize us to mandate that grocery stores of one size or another offer this change in terms of their checkout aisle. So with that, I will turn it over to Ingrid, I think is the lead on this. And if Sue Hartman or KCRT has them all prepared to do their presentation, I would hope that they could introduce themselves and then begin.
Thank you so much, Councilmember McLaughlin. I am Ingrid de Santiago. I am the coordinator for this HOPS program, and I will be standing in. One of our youth advocates got sick, so cannot be here for this presentation, but I will pass it to another advocate, Selena Din. So go ahead and unmute yourself.
All right. Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for having us. I'm a current HOPS advocate, and my name is Selena, and I'm currently a junior at De Anza High School. So today we'll be talking about HOPS, which stands for Healthy Options at Point of Sale. HOPS is a nutrition advocacy project that's led by high school students. And this is the current HOPS team that started in the fall of 2021. So what is Healthy Retail? Healthy Retail is a campaign to advocate for an ordinance in Richmond. It sets small numbers of nutritious standards for beverages and snacks that get sold at checkout and keeps sodas in the soda aisle. So why focus on Healthy Retail? So one, because the majority of food purchases are at grocery stores, this is where we want to focus the most because we can reach more people. Two, food companies pay a lot to have their products placed in the best locations of the store, including checkout aisles. These tactics especially target kids. Three, at the end of a long day, people, especially parents, are really just tired and will easily give in to all the promoted junk food at the checkout aisles. And last, four, the customers want to have healthier options and they'll buy them more if the stores stock them. So there are a lot of health issues that come with this. The corporate food industry spends a bulk amount of advertising money targeting youth of color. The more we try and include healthy foods in our diet, the healthier and happier the children and adults in our community will be. So we actually had 33 food stores that were assessed in Richmond since 2019. Checkouts at many places were assessed, and we also had 5 focus groups. There were participants virtually due to COVID. They were all from Richmond and unincorporated areas of the districts. 8 key interviews were with health professionals, educators, and food service providers. 3 retailers were interviewed in Richmond. The owners were interviewed and asked about their thoughts. So after assessing the stores in Richmond, we collected data that provides us knowledge on what is nutritional and what isn't, such as the overall percentages of unhealthy beverages in these local grocery stores and how much higher the percentage is than the healthy options. So 65% of the food is unhealthy compared to only 6% being healthy, while the other 28% of the foods are just kind of in between. And candy actually makes up 40% of all food that's sold at checkout, which is a lot. And I'll be now passing it off to Ingrid again.
Thank you. So the advocates conducted focus groups through Zoom, and these were all residents of Richmond and surrounding unincorporated areas. And so in addition to doing key interviews. And so what they found was overall unanimous support from everybody that they talked to. And the main motivations from residents being, again, the targeted marketing that especially affects youth, and that leads to long-term health issues, and particularly the lack of access to healthy food and produce in low-income neighborhoods. That leads many people to actually go to El Cerrito, Berkeley, or elsewhere to shop. And then lastly, also residents brought up their desire to see produce from local farms at the stores near them. We also collected 187 petition signatures to see this happen in Richmond. So in addition, there was a survey done by FM3 Research Group of Richmond voters, which found that more than 3 in 4 voters do support this policy, and especially low-income shoppers. We see again that a lot of parents felt most strongly about this when they shop with their kids or for their kids. And then talking with retailers, these were all local retailers, and they also support this. They support healthy checkout. They came also with some concerns, which are perhaps a lack of demand for produce or other healthy items at the checkout, and a short shelf life of produce. And these are things that we revisit with them, as we've found, and as you can see, there is a demand, and people do want to see these things and buy them. And we're also advocating that stores stock more than just produce, things like nuts and seeds, dried fruit, etc. So for the piece of keeping soda in the soda aisle, there was a national survey conducted by Center for Science in the Public Interest. And they found that 58% of SNAP recipients would actually buy fewer sugary beverages if they were only offered in that one aisle. And also 82% of parents who shop with their kids feel the same way. Also, over a third of people would actually switch from the grocery store that they frequent if soda was stayed in the soda aisle. And again, a large percentage of parents who shop with their kids really want to see this happen. So what we are suggesting for Richmond is to, again, fully stock checkouts with nutritious snacks. The standards that we suggest are food items that have 5 grams or less of added sugar per serving, and 200 milligrams or less of sodium per serving. And then beverages that have no added sugars or sweeteners, the only kind of sweet drink being 100% juice, and a list of qualifying items such as water, milk, unsweetened bubbly waters, and teas. And then we saw, when the advocates went to look at what's in the checkouts currently, they saw a lot of homemade or fresh squeezed juice or some homemade hot foods that were at checkouts that are made by, the families who own these shops. And so we would like to see an exemption for those items. And then again, the sugar sweetened beverages being kept to the beverage aisle or the end caps of the aisle, and not in other locations or freestanding displays throughout the store. What seems like the most natural way to enforce would be to just integrate, a spot check of 5 to 10 items when inspections are done at these stores already, either by environmental health or by city code enforcement. And so what we're suggesting is to begin with large retail stores, which would be stores that are 4,000 square feet or larger. And then after 6 months, phase in the smaller stores. And our team is also ready to help guide and support these stores in the implementation process. So what impact will it have? Of course, it will give more access to nutritious foods and drinks. It can help expose families and kids to a greater variety of healthy snacks that they may not have tried before, or that may not have been, set at a low price point, which check out, the impulse purchasing relies on having affordable, convenient products there. And also it will make it easier for kids to make healthier choices and for parents to say yes when their children ask them for something in line. And then ultimately, we want to begin changing snacking norms and positively impact public health. So that is our presentation for you. Thank you all.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions from council members?
Yeah, I have a question.
Okay, go ahead, Councilmember Bates.
Is this voluntarily by the grocery stores, or is this mandated with penalties and fines?
I could answer that, Councilmember Bates. My understanding, now this is the ordinance would be created by staff and come back within 60 days. Berkeley already has an ordinance of this nature, and it's a mandate for, I think Berkeley's right now, and perhaps one of the HOPS team could answer this more fully, but Berkeley has an ordinance right now that mandates that stores of a certain size have to have the healthy snacks at the checkout aisles, and they're changing their ordinance to also use it for small retailers. So it would be up to us whether we wanted to have in our ordinance large retailers with perhaps, I think they were suggesting 6 months, have a 6-month period before small retailers would be required as well. And perhaps the young people could help by working with these smaller retailers and having them understand the process. But Ingrid, would you respond? Is that correct? Kind of what you're advocating for?
Yes, you got it right.
Okay, thank you.
Well, my concern is that if this is a voluntary work relationship with the business community and you need to talk to the Chamber of Commerce and others, I got no problem. But I do have a problem if you're going to come in and mandate and you're going to put penalties where a vendor wants certain foods at a certain location, and you're going to start penalizing the business and fining them because they don't put your merchandise or what you recommend in a certain location. To me, that's not democratic.
One quick point that I believe Berkeley's ordinance had a certain transition period, like over a year or something.
I don't care if it's 5 years. I will not support mandatory dictation of a commercial business having to place merchandise. These people know the business and they place merchandise where they get the greatest sale potential. And for me to tell you, hey, you got to pay a $200 fine if you don't put this candy bar in the back and beside. I love candy.
I understand.
Councilmember Martinez.
Yeah, I read your presentation, and you mentioned that stores currently get money or discounts for product placement. Have you considered drafting legislation that would prohibit product placements, discounts, or money, or for making the product placement be for the items that you think are well, for the items that are beneficial for the public?
I think that's a question for the HOPS team, correct?
Yes.
Yes. So let me clarify. I think there were two parts to that. Part of it is actually a lot of the corporations, right, that are the ones who pay for product placement. They do own a lot of the healthy food brands. And so, in fact, they could, if they wanted to, still be the ones profiting from impulse purchasing at healthy checkout. They just have to place their other items, which are healthier. And so that is something that wouldn't disrupt the, any kind of contracts that stores might have. Right, and they were also shorthanded in that game because Clay Thompson was.
Yes. Okay. Well, but they could do it now. So it seems as if the only thing seems as if a legislation that would force their hand would be a good thing to do. My other question, I was looking at your list of substitute items, and there were a lot of substitute items that contained aspartame instead of sugar, which I think is as unhealthy as sugar. Had you considered that?
Yes, we have, and for at least for the beverages, part of the reasoning, right, is having beverages with no added sweeteners of any kind and no sugar. In terms of the food, what we are looking for is something that is easily implementable by the retailers and something that's, easy to follow. That's why we cut it down, to two standards, the sugar and the sodium. And so, while I understand there are other harmful ingredients in some of these products, we really are looking for something that's simple and easy to implement.
Okay, thank you.
Vice Mayor Johnson, go ahead.
No, yeah, I think it's beautiful, especially when, we were just talking about kids in the previous item, and to have kids come and speak for themselves, and I mean, young folks, not kids, but, have young folks come and speak for themselves and what they want to see in their community, and the type of community that they like to build, I think is wonderful. And we should most definitely, bring that to the table and not cut the conversation off. That's the first thing I want to say. And I'm just wondering if there's an opportunity for a both and approach where we can, and I know they're going to bring back the ordinance and we're going to dissect this a little bit more. And the reason why I asked that is, is there an opportunity, perhaps during the transition period or, maybe period, where there's some shared space between, where there's options for individuals in the checkout stand where, there's healthy options as well as the candy option. I do understand, we are trying to change, we are trying to introduce people to healthier eating habits, but, that's not going to happen overnight. And, the last thing I want to happen is stores have all of these beautiful displays of healthy options, but people are still going to the back to get the, to get the candy that they're looking for. And a lot of these smaller retailers lose out on money because, they bought a whole bunch of things that people aren't eating. And so I'm just wondering, as we introduce these new healthier lifestyles, is there a chance to transition, is there shared shelf or, can we say you need to have just as many healthy items as you have unhealthy items, and as we transition out, people can see that there are these options. I'm just thinking about the communities and where we serve people at, you go into Foods Co. And let's be honest, some of these grocery stores don't have good, healthy options. So, I'm wondering how can we, in addition to helping people transition out of unhealthy food choices, help these retailers transition into like buying healthier foods as well without like wasting, without that whole we blew money on candy and we blew money on health drinks and no one's buying them.
Okay, any other council members? I had one question.
I'm sorry, Mr. Full disclosure, I like candy too, but I still make fruit smoothies.
Okay. There was one slide that outlined an ambitious enforcement program. And, earlier or last year, the city council defunded the police. And our acting police chief just told us, a couple of weeks ago, that he was disbanding the regulatory unit. So you might want to take that slide out of your deck because there's not going to be any enforcement.
Mr. Mayor, can I?
Councilor McLaughlin?
Yes, it's code enforcement is certainly in operation, and I believe we have some new hires, either already hired or in the process of being hired. So we do have a code enforcement process, and I want to mention that the youth clearly stated that they would be interested in being in the mix of the implementation process. So I don't think that's a concern.
Is there anybody on staff who can confirm that there will be an enforcement operation under this ordinance?
Mayor
Go
and
ahead.
council members, I have not looked at the item, but certainly I think it will be something we will need to study to determine what resources may be needed to ensure enforcement can occur. But we have hired one code enforcement officer. We're hoping to hire more, but that does take time.
I got a question for you. It's been a few years ago, but we passed several ordinances that regulated plastics and food vendors and plastic straws. Have you done any enforcement actions on those anytime in the last 2 or 3 years that you know of?
Actually, Mayor Butt, our environmental manager, Samantha Carr, works collaboratively with the business community and key stakeholders to notify businesses when they're in non-compliance and works with them to get them in compliance. And so
I'm just noting that almost everywhere I go to eat in Richmond, they give me a plastic straw. I don't use straws. I don't use straws at all, but I got to tell you, the plastic straw law, nobody knows about it. Nobody's complying with it. So
okay, well, we have free metal straws that we'd love to distribute or order more, but in the interim, let us know who's not in compliance, and Samantha is happy to go out and meet with them. We'll take care of it.
Well, wait a minute. The slide we saw talked about this ambitious enforcement program. Councilor McLaughlin told me that code enforcement was going to do it. Ms. Velasco told us that, yeah, code enforcement's going to get right on it. What I'm saying is where the rubber hits the road, the city's not enforcing anything. So don't get your hopes up, folks. Okay, are there any public speakers?
Yes, we have 3 public speakers.
Group of public speakers are Don Gosney, Jacqueline Vera, Zamarian, Joan Bina Lingbing, and Nefertiti KF, and that would be our last speaker in that list. All right, Don, you have 2 minutes, you may begin.
Yeah, these comments are about the legislation and not the value of specific point of sales placements. How many of you remember a few years back when a healthy sandwich shop tried to get a permit to open up in Point Richmond, but their efforts were shot down because what everyone thought was healthy wasn't healthy enough for the standards of the council's ruling party? After the vote, one of your sisters in arms on the council even proclaimed that she was going to make sure that only healthy foods were sold in Richmond. It didn't matter that I might like my KFC and might like to wash it down with a Dr. Pepper. This elected leader was going to force her ideas of healthy food on us, just like right now, as if free will was no longer a valid concept here in Richmond and my own personal likes and dislikes were irrelevant. And now the same group, but different players, are stepping up to tell me that they won't allow me to buy chewing gum, a candy bar, or a bottle of soda before paying for my groceries. You want me to eschew those items for what? Maybe a bag of baby carrots, kale chips, some tofu cups, or a styrofoam rice cake? I like to think that I stay in tune with a lot of what's going on here in Richmond. I read the social media, I attend the meetings, I talk to people. So I can't understand how I could have missed the big election where you were all voted the gods of Richmond with the authority to decide what I'll be allowed to eat and drink. Who died and gave you those seats of power and authority? Do you collectively think that you're smarter than the rest of us? Or maybe you've been imbued with a higher power to take care of all of the stupid minions below you? Just like when your associates tried to outlaw sugary sweetened drinks in Richmond, the same group stood up and sent a clear message that we, the people, shouldn't be allowed to drink or act for ourselves. If you pass this ordinance, what's next? Will you outlaw at the checkout counter the tabloids as trash, depriving us of the latest news about the British Royals? Will you only allow the Richmond Sun to be seen at the checkout counters? Will you start coming into our homes to search for contraband chewing gum that we purchased outside of Richmond? Advise us, educate us, point us in the right direction, but don't throw your mandate in our direction. Thanks.
Thank you. Next speaker is Jacqueline Vera. Jacqueline, you may begin.
Hello, my name is Jacqueline Vera, and I am a resident of the Iron Triangle, and I'm in support of healthy checkout. The stores will still be able to sell junk food. It's just like, it's not going to be in the checkout aisle. And I think that's good, especially as someone who has nieces and nephews. When I take them out to the store and we're just buying groceries, they just come in and they ask for candy or soda when we're at the checkout aisle. And sometimes it's like difficult to say no to them. And I believe if like there's healthier options around, like my nieces and nephews and my young family members won't be asking me for candy when they see it at the checkout aisle, since we didn't go to the store to buy candy and to go buy groceries. And yeah, I think that's good. And thank you to all the youth that were working on this. This is really amazing. I yield my time.
Thank you. The next speaker is Zamarian. Zamarian, please state your last name for the record and you may begin. Zamarian, you may begin.
That was my apologies. Good evening, council members. My name is Zamarian Wilson, and I'm a HOPS youth advocate. I'm also an athlete of many different sports, and I personally think that having healthy foods at checkouts over even eating something healthy from time to time is beneficial to people like myself in the instance of being an athlete, but not just for athletes that are going for a certain body achievement or performance level, but because it takes the junk influenced foods out and brings something healthier counters for other people. This is important to me because I've always been someone who's kept up with their health, so staying healthy is a big priority to me. And especially due to the pandemic and the health status of kids at schools. Now, revisiting healthy foods at checkouts, I believe, as said before, as an athlete, this would make it a lot easier for a healthy, quick grab and go. And because there's usually cheap, very convenient, and still really enjoyable. My experience in HOPS has been outstanding. I've learned a lot of things about the way the health system works when it comes to food functionalities, and how people we've interviewed think the same as well, as they, yes, prefer healthy foods at checkout and would buy them more if they were sold there. I like there to be better ways to sell and broadcast healthy foods through our local markets and stores. Thank you for your time and hope you support this ordinance.
Thank you. The next speaker is Joan Benalinding. Joan, you may begin.
Hi, thank you. My name is Joan Benalinding, and I'm a longtime resident of Richmond. I'm sure you all know and can see that Richmond is a food swamp, meaning there are streets and areas filled with just fast food chains and other unhealthy food options, which is why something like this ordinance will be immensely helpful in improving the visibility of healthy eating options in our stores. Sometimes all people really need to want to eat healthier is that exposure to these kinds of foods. It's hard even for me to find these healthier alternatives because they tend to be overshadowed by the other snacks that are less healthy. Placing these at the front can encourage folks to start investing more in healthier options and to introduce these kinds of healthy options for young folks as well. We need to think about the long-term health of our families, kids, and the larger community. I'm sure the council also recognizes this need. All right. implore you all to consider passing this ordinance once it has been presented. Great job to the youth also and HOPS for trying to encourage healthier eating. I also just want to add, like, this ordinance isn't necessarily forcing anybody to eat healthy or dictating whatever lifestyle you'd like to have or live or eat or whatever. Like, if you want some Doritos or gum, you're still more than welcome to walk to that aisle and buy it. Thank you. I yield my time.
Thank you. The next speaker is Nefertiti KF. Please state your last name for the record. You may begin.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. My name is Nefertiti Farias. I am here just to talk about my experience as a mother that has been benefit from having the healthy checkout ordinance here in the city of Berkeley. That just came an enforcement after a year of implementation and having HOPS groups, youth supporting the retailers on educating them and walking with them in placing healthier options at the point of sale. I have 2 children and I find it very helpful when I go there shopping with them and we see way more better, healthier options at the checkout lanes. It gives me opportunity to say yes to my kids when they ask for something, but it also is changing their snacking behavior. They are able to be more conscious of what they pick. And for me, it is a victory. One less Twix and one less sneaker is a win. We all know, and I'm a public health professional, and we all know and we are aware the challenges that our Black and Brown community undertakes because obesity in our communities, it's really big. And it's not because they eat a lot, it's because the quality of the food. There are studies that show that the issue it's because we have replaced a lot of our everyday meals and eating all these snacks that are like loaded of sugar and loaded of sodium. And that is venom, that is poison to our health. So having healthier, fresh snacks available as you go out, it's actually a big win. Margaret Mead, an American anthropologist, said, "It is easier to change a man's religion than to change his diet." So having a healthy checkout ordinance.
Your time has expired. Thank you. The next speaker is Joanna Polito. Joanna, you may begin.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello. My name is Joanna Pulido. Thank you for having me. And I just want to say that I am a youth worker in Richmond. I was born and raised in Richmond. And I want to share my support for this ordinance. I believe that this is very valuable. And although some people may not understand the importance and still want to eat junk food, this can be a conversation starter for a lot of our youth that may not understand the negative impacts of these sugary candy or sugary drinks. I also want to mention that we are in a diabetes pandemic and that we are living in a food desert. And I just want everyone to consider that our youth are in a vulnerable position right now with COVID. And it is a time in which we need to focus on nutrition and boost their immune system. And this could be a very powerful way in which we support them in that way. And so instead of having candy or these unhealthy options, we can shift towards ways that we can support them so that they can stay in school and make better decisions when they go food shopping. And I want to just say that I'm frustrated that there's so little understanding and that there's this, I'm very frustrated with this, but I hope that many of you support this and I hope that this ordinance is passed. I yield my time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Lewis. Lewis, you may begin. Please state your last name for the record.
Yeah, good evening, Council. My name is Luis Chacon. I'm calling tonight as a community member, as an educator, as a father, uncle, family member, and really inspired by the work that youth have been doing around this issue. it's a conversation that I feel like I've been having with friends, family, and students really for a long time now. Just really noticing the availability of certain foods in our community. So it is really inspiring to see youth lead the way and trying to create a certain level of change around what is available or more pushed to us, especially to our youth. Um, as a teacher, one thing I'll tell you is I see youth come in the morning eating like hot Cheetos for breakfast or Takis or candy. And so I think it has to be both. It has to be a combination both of exposing youth to more healthy options, especially at checkout, right? Because that's a lot of what they see. But also, I think there's an opportunity for the city and local organizations and youth to collaborate on really like increasing more awareness around what it is that we put in our bodies and what nutrients are better for us and which ones aren't, especially in overconsumption. So I'm really excited to see this move forward, excited to see what city staff comes up with, and excited to continue seeing the youth participate. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Yeni Garcia. Yeni, you may begin.
Good evening, City Council, Mayor. I'm calling in support of this ordinance because I remember my oldest daughter always complaining that there weren't any healthy options at our local stores. And so we would have to go shopping outside to get healthy options. And the lack of exposure that our kids get from our community stores or stores, that we can walk to is minimum. And so we're not asking people to change their food habits. If they want to eat, Cheetos, they can eat Cheetos, but we're just asking to place the healthy options in the checkout where, it is data shows that that's what people buy more often because they are accessible. So that's all we're asking for. And it's not that we're saying that the stores can't sell these items. We're just saying that we need to prioritize things that are going to keep our community living longer and healthier lives. And so I would hope that this is the beginning of a conversation to not only expect that from stores, but also from our school district and from different entities and systems that have not supported healthy eating habits in the past, but this might be the start for that. So thank you so much.
Thank you. That was our last speaker.
Is there a motion? Councilmember McLaughlin, go ahead.
Yes, okay, so I'll get right to the motion since I know we have a couple other items. And so my motion is to direct staff to draft an ordinance to be considered by the council within 60 days regarding retail stores to stock healthier checkout items and to engage with the HOPS team on suggested various specifics, including an implementation plan.
Is there a second?
Yes, I second that.
Okay, second by Jimenez. Madam Clerk, call the roll, please.
Councilmember Bates,
I abstain.
Councilmember Jimenez,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Johnson,
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez,
Yes.
Councilmember McLaughlin,
Yes.
and Councilmember Willis is absent. Mayor Butt,
Yes.
the motion passes with Councilmember Bates abstaining and Councilmember Willis is absent.
Big
Okay,
thank you to the
the
youth.
next item we're going to take up is U1. And I just
Yes.
want to tell people this is to accept substantial funding for our bicycle and pedestrian network. And the application has to be in on Thursday. So let's try to get through this and not drag it out into an hour-long discussion.
Okay. Item
Council
U1
members,
This
sorry.
is Joe Leach. This is your item. Okay, go ahead.
I'll let the clerk read the item.
I'm sorry, what?
I think I overspoke on the clerk. She was about to read the item.
Oh, okay, go ahead.
Item U1 is to adopt a resolution authorizing a request to the Metropolitan Transportation Commission for the allocation of fiscal year 2022-23 Transportation Development Act Article 3 pedestrian bicycle project funding for the Richmond Ferry to Bridge Bicycle and Pedestrian Network Improvements Project, and to accept and appropriate the funds should the grant be awarded.
Thank
Okay,
you, esteemed
go ahead,
city
Joe.
clerk. Mayor, council members, good evening. Joe Leach, Public Works Director. This evening I have Patrick Phelan, Infrastructure Administrator. If KCRT could put up the slide deck, we just have two really quick slides to orient you to what the project is. And as the clerk had noted, it is for the submission of a TDA, which is Transportation Development Act, Article 3 grant. Next slide, please. And the particular location of this area, as you can see, is out near Tewksbury, Washington Avenue area. There's some gaps in bicycle facilities in order to complete the Bay Trail and get people onto the Richmond San Rafael Bridge. And so this particular grant application will help cobble some funding with West Contra Costa County Transportation Advisory Committee to complete the necessary construction. So we're hopeful that we'll be recipients of the grant. I don't know, Patrick, if you know when we're supposed to be notified.
I don't have a date for that, but it's a yearly program, so the award should be in a couple months.
And it should be noted, as it was noted in the staff report, we did take this to the Bicycle Pedestrian Advisory Committee, and they were in full support of it. And with that, we will field any questions you might have.
Thank you. Any questions from council members?
I'll move the item, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, let's see if we have any public speakers first. Do we have any public speakers?
Yes, we do.
Would you call the public?
We have one.
Okay.
Bruce Byer, you may begin.
Mayor Butt, members of the council, my name is Bruce Byer, the chair of Trails for Richmond Action Committee. Please do adopt this resolution. You adopted the Ferry to Bridge to Greenway Complete Street Plan in February. This project will complete implementation of it. The start will be soon with W.R. Ford building 2.25 miles of cycle track from the Richmond San Rafael Ferry Terminal, the Richmond San Francisco Ferry Terminal, to the end of cutting at Garrard, the gateway of Point Richmond. This project will continue bicycle and pedestrian improvements through the Point Richmond neighborhood and make it much safer and more attractive for people to bicycle and walk to and from the Richmond San Rafael Bridge Trail, which has had 195,000 cyclists and pedestrians pass over it since the trail opened a little over 2 years ago. This project and the grant is supported not only by RBPAC, but also Rich City Rides, Bike East Bay, and Track. It will also serve the nearby disadvantaged neighborhoods of the Iron Triangle, Santa Fe, and Atchison Village, because there's an excellent bikeway leading to down Garrard and Ohio to connecting the Richmond Greenway. So this is a great project. Please do pass the resolution authorizing this application. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. So we had a motion from Vice Mayor Johnson. Is there a second?
I second it.
Okay, second from Jimenez. Would you call the roll, please, Madam Clerk?
Councilmember Bates,
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Johnson,
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez,
Yes.
Councilmember McLaughlin,
Yes.
Councilmember Willis is absent, and Mayor Butt.
Yes.
The motion passes with Councilmember Willis absent.
Okay, call the next item, please. Item U2.
Item U2. 1 second, sorry. Item U2 is to announce recent resignations from the City of Richmond boards, commissions, and committees and vacancies as of January 19th, 2022. and ask that interested individuals send applications to the city clerk.
Okay, this is my item, and I introduce it once a month to try to encourage people to consider applying for vacancies on boards and commissions. And I'll just read very quickly what's available. Arts and Culture Commission, we have 8 vacancies. Commission on Aging, 2 vacancies. Community Police Review Commission, 1. Contra Costa Mosquito and Vector Control, we have it's a representative for our area, and we need somebody from Richmond to represent us. So if you want to do that, that's a good opportunity to serve. Design Review Board, 2 vacancies. Department of Children and Youth Oversight Board, 3 vacancies. ECIA Grant Review Committee, 1 vacancy. ECIA Transportation Oversight Committee, 3 vacancies. Historic Preservation Commission, 1 vacancy. Housing Advisory Commission, 1 vacancy. Human Rights, Human Relations Commission, 4 vacancies. Library Commission, 2 vacancies. Oakland Airport Commission Noise Forum, I show one vacancy. I thought we had somebody filling that, but I guess not. I get a lot of inquiries about people concerned about noise, particularly in Marina Bay, noise from airplanes. So if you want to have a voice, this is the place to volunteer. Personnel Board, 2 vacancies. Planning Commission, no vacancies, sorry. Rec Park Commission, 1 vacancy. Reimagining Public Safety Community Task Force, 2 vacancies. Shimada Commission, 2 vacancies. Urban Forest Advisory Committee, 3 vacancies. Workforce Development Board, 17 vacancies. The Youth Council, 4 vacancies, and the Joshan Commission, 4 vacancies. You can get an application form from the city's clerk's office online. So if you want to be involved, yes, Councilor McLaughlin.
I was just, you mentioned some noise committee. Could you, what is
We
it called?
belong, yeah, Richmond is a member of the, let's see, what do they call it? The Oakland Airport Community Noise Forum. And we used to be a member, and somehow our membership got dropped, and I rejoined us, and we're allowed 2 members. One has to be a council member, and I fulfill that position, and one has to be a community member. Okay. And we had 2 community members, but they both resigned. And the Noise Forum meets, you know, I don't know if they have regular meetings. Sometimes they meet once a month, and they discuss issues like noise from aircraft in communities in the East Bay.
Yeah, the reason I ask, and I will pass that information on, there's a resident in one of our South Side neighborhoods that keeps asking about the flight path that, and I refer them to your office because I know you have been involved in that. And is there still opportunities for changing that flight path?
Well, it's, you know, what happened is they were actually talking about changing the flight path further west where it would be more over central Richmond, and they decided not to do that. So that, I think that crisis is kind of blown by, but people are obviously still disturbed by aircraft noise. So if somebody this is a great opportunity to learn what's going on and maybe do something about it. Councilmember Jimenez.
Yeah, you mentioned that there is a vacancy for the Community Police Review Commission, but I know that Randy Joseph, who has been chairing that, he applied, and I just wanted to see if you had reconsidered a plan to appoint him on that, since he has been doing a good job, and I think like he deserves to continue, and he wants to.
Well, if I get some good applicants, I'll be happy to appoint them. Okay.
Well, he already applied, but you had mentioned that you are not going to appoint him.
Who are you talking about?
Randy Joseph.
Yeah, he called me a liar. Why should I point him to anything?
Well, so you are punish him because he said that you were lying about something. Okay.
Okay, thank you. Okay, next item, please. I think.
We have one speaker, Mayor.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay.
Jenny Garcia,
Adele Handler.
you may begin.
Mayor Thomas, not Cordell, but I'm sure he would probably say the same thing that I will say. And is people please get involved. All of the Washington parents that were here and other community members that I heard for the first time, this is the opportunity for your voices to be heard, not only on the topic of the commission, but also as a community member to start working with other community leaders and, you know, people that really want to make a change, not just in our, you know, close neighborhood, but in the whole city of Richmond. So please come and apply for a commission. And I second what Councilmember Jimenez said. Mayor Tom, please reconsider appointing Randy back on the CPRC, regardless of whatever else. I know that for sure in the CPRC, Randy has kept his beliefs and thoughts out of it. And he's done a good job. And so I really hope you would consider. There are people willing to serve like himself. And we just need you to continue to work with us so that we can work together and really make Richmond what we all wanted. So thank you for your reconsideration. Thank you.
Well, he'll have another mayor in a year, so he might have a better chance then. Okay.
Last speaker.
Okay, thank you. So let's go to the next item, item U3.
Yes, item U3 is to receive information and quantitative analysis regarding the potential formation of the Community Facilities District for the Point Maladi Development Project. And after deliberation, consider providing any policy direction as needed regarding formation of a Community Facilities District for the Point Maladi Development Project.
Mayor, but if I may, Belinda Brown is not available this evening, so I'm asking that Joe Leach please lead on behalf of city staff for this item in coordination with our consultant. Thank you.
Okay, go ahead.
Good evening, Mayor and Council again. Yes, this evening I have Mark Northcross with NHA Advisors. You've heard from Mark before, as recently as November 21st, where he provided a presentation about land-based financing. So tonight is a follow-up to that, to a lot of the questions and discussion that was took place during that evening. The staff report did provide some answers to those questions, but his presentation will also provide that information to the public in a PowerPoint format. And I believe Mark also has a few other of our consultant team present to answer any detailed questions. I don't know if Integra representative is present or not. Mark.
Eric had to, shall we say, go home. But,
okay, got it.
I'm here.
Excellent. So with that, I will turn it over to Mark and KCRT. If they could start the slide deck, please.
Thank you, Joe. Great, thank you. So this slide deck went out in your council package. So I'm going to go through it fairly quickly, but I really want to invite everyone to interrupt me anytime with questions. I know you've got some questions. So let's go to the next slide, please. We're going to talk about the questions that the council had at November 23rd. Hopefully I got them all right. We had a national appraisal firm that specializes in doing work on bonds take a look at answering some of those questions, which they did, and their report is attached to your agenda package. The answers they came up with had some implications for the CFD. We'll talk about that. We've got negotiating points with SunCal that are not resolved yet. And we've got the proposed schedule. So those are the things we're going to cover. Again, interrupt at any time, please. Next slide. So these are the questions, rightly or wrongly, I took away from November 23rd. What's the impact of this project being next to Chevron? What's the impact of having high CFD taxes, combined taxes equal to 2% of assessed valuation on the for sale units? Is there a market for units in this price range in the region? And finally, the fiscal impact study. Is it still right? It's almost 2 years old. And the fiscal impact study was targeted at build out. What happens between, the start of construction and build out? So, unless there's questions, next slide. The Integra study. They looked at the impact of having new housing next to Chevron. As we all know, there are other residential neighborhoods in the vicinity, not only of Chevron, but of 2 other refineries in Contra Costa County. There is a lot of information on the impact of Mello-Roos taxes on the home sales prices, and Integra interviewed developers and spoke from their own extensive experience on that subject. They also gave us a number on the share of households in the area that could actually afford units in Point Malate. As I said, they're a national firm, and most importantly, they do a lot of work on bond issues because, again, the SEC bond issues, you got to be conservative in what you're doing when you're working on a bond issue. Unless there's questions, next slide. So what they come up with? Basically, they based their estimated price points on the baseline was the neighborhoods they outlined in the back of their report that are adjacent to comparable, not you can find exactly comparable to Chevron facilities in Contra Costa County. They also looked at the impact of Mello-Roos, and we'll touch on this in the next slide. And here's a number for you. Within a 7-mile radius, based on the numbers they came up with for price points, 17% of households living within a 7-mile radius of Point Malate could actually afford to live there. That's the current number. And again, the table at the top of the chart is really, it's a bit surprising, but again, the numbers that were used in the DDA were 2 years old. We all know what's happened to a lot of Bay Area real estate prices in the last 2 years. The numbers that they came up with after factoring in proximity to Chevron and the Mello-Roos are actually higher. So I am sorry Eric Siegel, who prepared the study, is not here because he's better able to defend it than I am. But all I can say is we hired the best people I know to go answer those questions for the council. So let's pause here. Questions, please. Okay, hearing none, you can go back to this slide if you have other questions.
Let me ask, are you saying that the low-rise townhomes would be equal to the condos in terms of price?
They're
and value?
council member, the difference of 45,000 is not very much. Of course, on the DDA, the difference was, what's that, 75,000. So that was pretty small. It got even smaller.
Okay, thanks.
You're welcome. Next slide, please.
Councilmember McLaughlin, go ahead.
Oh, please.
Yes, so could you go back to that slide?
Please.
So you're saying in this slide that these homes would be going for $2 million, the single family ones, and low-rise townhomes and mid-rise condos for over 1,400,000. So now you're saying that they would even have to be higher cost than the initial financing plan in the DDA.
The Integra came up with higher numbers for the sales points than were shown in the DDA that the former council approved in 2020.
Yeah, so it's even more luxury homes, higher.
Well, you council member, you see that 17% number in the last bullet. That's
I have a lot of concerns about the Integra study because of the comparison it did with an El Cerrito housing project rather than with projects like Waterline in Richmond or Marina Bay or Brickyard Cove. So I don't think that is that number is accurate based on the type of project
okay.
this is.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember
Another
Martinez,
question?
you have a question?
We had talked about affordable housing being at Point Melati. How does that work?
I'm going to defer to Lena Velasco to give the latest status of affordable housing in Point Melati.
Thank you, Mark. So, Councilmember Martinez, the development agreement does require at least 67 affordable units to be constructed. And then the remainder of its obligation would be met by payment of the in lieu fee. So they will still build at least 67 affordable units.
Okay, so these 67 affordable units, is that affordability? Does that affordability take into account the extra cost of Melrose?
That would be a consideration, yes, in the maximum pricing.
Okay, 67 is not much, but thank you.
More questions on this slide? If not, let's go to the next slide. So the higher price points estimated by Integra has an impact on the CFD. The DDA numbers regarding the CFD showed that the estimate needed to pay debt service on the CFD bonds was about $7 million a year. On top of that, it was estimated to be $1 million a year for infrastructure maintenance, for a total, I guess I'm using round numbers, $8 million a year. Based on the taxes at 2% of AV in the Integra study, the annual CFD revenue at build out would be $10 million a year, $2 million a year more. So if there truly is more money on the table, the question arises, do we want to keep it? Or what do we want to do with it? Very, very important questions. So that obviously raises, I mean, in one sense, you can treat it as good news. On the other hand, it's got to be negotiated with SunCal as part of forming the CFD. So that's one of the discussion points we have that is not resolved at this point in time. And I see at least one council member has a question here.
Go ahead, Councilmember Jimenez.
Yeah, so you mentioned that this is the estimate annual tax base of what year? When you say a built out. So
okay.
I have questions. I have, what are the assumptions about when the infrastructure is going to start? Then
okay.
how long it will take to build this house, and how long and what is the estimation of how long it will take for the project, all these houses to be sold, and what happened before that, and in terms of like the cost of operation costs of the fire and police.
Well, you're giving me great segues into additional slides, but let's take your questions, council member now. Very good questions. The Melrose taxes, like your ad valorem property taxes, can escalate at 2% a year. So this is using the starter tax rates, if you will, but assuming full build out of the project. In all likelihood, at full build out won't occur for a number of years. I'll address that in a second, meaning that the actual taxes at that time will be higher. They would have been inflating it at 2% a year. So this is a way of coming up with a snapshot, just to give an idea of how much money SunCal wanted as expressed in the DDA compared to what we think the project would theoretically generate if it were built out today, which obviously it's not. The infrastructure cost for the project estimated by SunCal, again, the DDA, was about $150 million. The DDA assumed that $100 million of that would be funded by the bonds, $50 million by out of pocket for SunCal. A key question which you put on the table, and another one is, what's the fiscal impact? And may I jump ahead to another slide on that one? And I think it's a couple of slides. Look at my.
Could I interrupt you just for a minute? I apologize, but we need a motion to continue the meeting.
Okay,
Probably
sure.
till we finish this item. Do we have a motion? Councilor Ramirez, you gonna make a motion?
I make a motion, we finish this item only.
Okay, is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay.
You can't cut it off right now.
Call the roll, please, Madam Clerk.
Councilmember Bates,
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez,
Abstain.
Vice Mayor Johnson,
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez, Councilmember Martinez, your vote?
He's muted. There you go.
No.
I'm sorry, what was your vote?
No.
Okay. Councilmember McLaughlin,
No. It's
I'm
so
sorry, I
late.
didn't hear you.
I'd like to give a reason also, because it's so late and this is such an important item. I want to make sure we have plenty of time. And so I think we should hold it over. That's why I'm voting no.
Okay. Councilmember Willis is absent and Mayor Butt.
Yes.
Okay, so the motion fails with Council Members Bates and Vice Mayor Johnson and Mayor voting yes. Councilmember Martinez and McLaughlin voting no. Councilmember Jimenez abstaining and Councilmember Willis is absent.
Well, I know we had a public speaker, so what does that mean for that public speaker, Mr. Mayor? Do we just?
No, it
throw
means
them to the wind?
it means we're done.
Yeah, that's what. Yeah.
So
Sorry,
now,
Alex and Paul.
the only thing left before adjournment is to give people an opportunity for memorials if they have any. Is there-
I have one, Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead.
I'd like to ask that the meeting be adjourned in honor of Mrs. Lavora Duckett, who passed away January the 1st at the age of 82. A longtime Richmond resident and a great supporter of the city of Richmond, Mrs. Lavora Duckett, D-U-C-K-E-T-T. Thank you.
And I would like to ask it to be adjourned in memory of Jay Francis. Jay was a former neighbor of mine in Point Richmond, and I believe he died about a week and a half ago. Very, very well-known person who's been around Richmond for forever. Any others? Okay, unless somebody has something else, we are adjourned.
Good night and good luck, Richmond, California.
Thank you.
Yeah, we need all the luck we can get, Vice Mayor.
Praying for everybody.
You need more than luck.